All right, welcome to the June regular council meeting for the City of Garden Ridge. It's 6 p.m. Thanks for joining us today. We've got a full crowd up here at the dais, and I'd like to welcome Council Member Brian Reyes on his first council meeting. So welcome. He's wearing his rookie name tag, and off we go, that he inherited from Kelly. That's great. If you'll please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. We'll move on to item number 3, citizens' comments. The first thing I want to say is if you have signed up to speak for citizens' comments and you're going to speak about the revival and everything for the public hearings, you can't do both. So if I call your name and you want to speak about the revival but then want to speak at the public hearing, then you can just say, hey, I'll speak at the public hearing. Marissa, did I get that right? Okay. First on the docket, Tracy Blackwell. Welcome, Tracy. It's always good to see you.
Good evening.
Turn on the mic.
Thank you. Tracy Blackwell, 9745 Trophy Oaks. In addition, I also have an office building on 18875 FM 2252. I'm here to support a fellow resident of Garden Ridge in their endeavors in building the revival. Quite frankly, I've been in their shoes when trying to build an office in Garden Ridge. The rumors when I was building was horrendous. I'll give you one, that I had wild parties and I let people pee in the parking lot, which, by the way, that never happened and still hasn't happened. So the truth is we've got a local resident that wants to invest in our city. And, quite frankly, I like to have better food choices than a bunch of fried chicken all the way down 3009. I do enjoy going and having a cold beer in Raptitude, which is right outside the city of Garden Ridge. But we need more businesses, because I also hear is, hey, we need more police officers. We need to do more in the city. Well, we're landlocked. And if we're landlocked and we can't have more houses, then we need to allow businesses to come in to start earning some sales tax so that we can actually do more in our city for our citizens and provide more services. We can't do both. We can't say, hey, we don't want you, but we want you to do more city, because that's kind of really tying your hands. And one easy way is to have some more sales-based tax dollars coming in, because I also know that we need to digitize all of our documents so when this one ever retires that we don't have to go call her up and try to figure out where everything is at. So with that, I really do would ask for you to support this. I know that this is not a popular decision, and you're going to hear just as many for or against, but I know in the right context, this is a great opportunity for both sides. I mean, to be able to say yay or nay, but I appreciate what you're doing, and I really do hope that we support and get this so we can have another venue for a little bit of fun and a little bit of something different to eat. All right, make it a great day.
Thank you, Tracy. Scott Miller. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'll hold any specific comments concerning the revival for the public hearings, but I did have some comments that I'd like to respond that came up at the planning and zoning meeting. The developer had stated that people who bought homes near Garden Ridge Estates knew property along 2252 was zoned for development. I think you'll find that zoning has changed in the past few years. The master plan from 2018 has 3 photos suggested for light retail development. All traditional brick and mortar structures. None are of shipping containers, include food trucks, or outdoor music venues. Using the developer's logic of what nearby homeowners knew, he too bought land in a city where development is strictly controlled. He could have selected land outside of Garden Ridge and not had those issues. Garden Ridge was founded as a bedroom community, nice homes with very few non-residential functions. People who moved to Garden Ridge obviously preferred the look and feel of homes, nice homes, not the close proximity to retail or eating and drinking establishments. So it's not naysaying homeowners preventing a perceived needed change. It's non-city residents wanting to change what clearly appears to what drew residents to Garden Ridge in the first place. Another issue was, at the same planning and zoning meeting, the city administrator stated there are decibel limits for the proposed area. I found only one such limit, and it applies to noise outside the closed door of the city's community center. If someone has a reference otherwise, please share it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Darren Bates? Good to see you, Darren. The floor is yours.
Good to see you, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, Darren Bates, 20103 Regency Run. So tonight I'd like to highlight well, first, before I get into why I came up here, is I also want to express my thanks to all of you on City Council. I brought this up to the mayor before, and I'll say it here in public, is that I genuinely believe that you all care about the city of Garden Ridge, and you care about the fundamentals or the basics of it. Push back on industry coming in and the safety of our citizens. So thank you very much. Just one thing I'd like to highlight as a concern is I think I'll call it mission creep, because that's how I was trained to look at it. And that's where I think we can have a tendency to get away from the vision or the focus or the fundamentals of our city of Garden Ridge. And what I want to highlight is the master land use plan, which a lot of study was gone into and was adopted as a 20-year framework. And a part of that master land use plan is looking at it as a guide for growth and development within Garden Ridge. Some of the highlights and what's really emphasized in here, I'll call it more than 30 times because it's at least 31, is that the plan goals is about maintaining the community character of the city through natural protection and design guidelines. So I live fairly close to 2252, main corridor, if you will, and it's also known as a gateway to Garden Ridge and seen as a frontage, if you will, to Garden Ridge. That's also described in the master land use plan. So I think it's really important that any kind of development that's along there, as a selfish person near my home also, that the aesthetics are maintained, that the landscape is maintained, similar to what you see in Garden Ridge, even this building. I've heard it described that the Pearl is a good example as far as what Garden Ridge ought to look like. And I think that also aligns with the pictures that you see in the master land use plan of the vision that folks had for the city of Garden Ridge. So for the gateways, which is where very close to where I live, the 2252 at the southern city limits is described or defined as the gateway. If you go into the implementation matrix, there's the legend. The legend has a depiction to maintain the community and character of the city of Garden Ridge through the natural protection of the design guidelines. And if you look in there in the matrix, 30 out of 31 of the goals have the design guidelines as being an emphasis item. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Brenda Elliott? Make sure you turn the mic on, ma'am. Marissa's going to help you out. There you go. Floor is yours.
Yes, I live on 9404 Azalea Gate, which is on the corner of Hickory Bend and Azalea Gate. There's a school bus that comes down, which sometimes speeds, on that curve and drops the kids right in front of my mailbox and my driveway. I have to wait till that school bus leaves before I could exit my property. Plus, the kids use my driveway as a crossbeam to go on Highway 8. And parents come and park their cars to pick up their kids. And if somebody's coming off of Hoya real fast, they're going to have to slam on their brakes because the kids are being left off, or Gardenia Bend and going the other direction off Azalea Gate. It's a hazard. and somebody's going to get hurt on that. But my trying to get off of my property, I can't do it when I am leaving to go to the store or anything. That place is not designated as a drop-off zone for a school. Plus, where are the kids, why are the parents coming picking up their kids there if they live close by to their houses? They shouldn't be there to pick up the kids. The kids can walk. So that's what I'm really concerned, because people do speed in that area sometimes, and I'm looking at the welfare of the kids getting off on that bus. So I don't know where that bus is coming from, what school, but it's a danger, and there should be a designated area for the kids to be dropped off, that have enough room for the kids and the parents to pick them up, but not on a corner like that. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, we can't comment on what you're saying, but we're taking notes, and thank you for speaking with us. Andy Nyland? Floor is yours, sir.
Figured out the Mac. Good afternoon. I live at 9308 Berrien Way. As I walked into the City Hall a few minutes ago, on the mat, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's basically ends that Garden Ridge is a home, a place to live, not just a city. The aesthetics of buildings on the entryway, I think, is important to all of us. The more important thing to me, however, is the noise. We already have a venue that's in the city of Schertz that we can hear. My property backs up to the church. They have events on Saturday which have a very large crowd, which was much larger than the crowd that we were originally told. My main concern is the amount of noise and the access on the highway. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Laurel Nyland? The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Laura Nyland, and I live on 9308 Berrien Way. And my concern, basically, for the venue that is being looked at for 2252 are several facets. First of all, sound. We have no control, apparently, from our city in trying to control the sound that happens at a venue that's in Schertz. However, that sound is extremely loud. I can hear it through the walls of my home all night long until about 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the morning on Friday and Saturday nights. Now we want to put another venue on 2252, basically in the same general area which projects sound in my direction, to project sound more than just on an evening Friday and Saturday nights, but other nights as well. This noise, coupled with what I hear from the church, which happens once a month, an original plan, which was to have fewer vendors, now has much more vendors, and many more people coming to the area. All of this coupled with the fact that we now have 2252 under construction, we have no exit light to get us out of our neighborhood under this extreme traffic that's now coming down into our neighborhood, is also a concern. So I'd wish for you to look at those things, and also to understand that when someone says they're going to be doing acoustic music, I find that to be quite not understandable for many people. Acoustic means not playing with amplification on the instrument. However, amplification that happens through the sound system of the venue then projects outward at whatever amplification they wish to have. Couple that with what's happening back in Schertz is coming this way. I'm sure you know which venue I'm talking about. Magnifies that even more. And being a musician myself, I understand all about acoustics and amplification. So please consider that And I really am worried also about the number of people that'll be coming to that venue at night and also handling that traffic. And, you know, I still worry about alcohol issues. We already have 3 bars, at least 3 bars that I know of on 2252 in that general area. Now we're bringing one closer into us. So consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that's all the people we had signed up for citizens' comments. We'll move on to item number 4, consent agenda. These items may be acted upon in a single motion. No separate discussion or action on these items will be held unless requested by a council member. Public comment on these items may be heard during citizens' participation. However, that does not mean the item will be considered outside the consent agenda. Council, anybody have anything that you want to pull from this month's consent agenda? Okay. If nobody has anything to pull, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
We have a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Call it to a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. Thank you. Item number 5, staff reports. 5A, City Manager Monthly Activity Report. Nancy Kane, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first thing I want to cover is just a few thank yous that were received. The City of Garden Ridge participated in the RACAP Food Drive, and we received a thank you from Heidelberg Materials Surftex Quarry, extending their heartfelt thanks that the city participated in this year's RACAP Food Drive. They say the support has made this drive incredibly successful, and they are immensely grateful for the city's generosity. The food drive collected 3,694.83 pounds of food that will be provided to help essential support during the summertime for children in need. Thank you for your invaluable support. Together we make a positive impact and create a future, brighter future for all. Then we received a thank you from the Wolves Battalion. They were the individuals who provided the posting of colors at our May Council meeting. They sent a note, said it was an honor, and we have to go. They had to leave early. They couldn't stay because they had to go to an awards ceremony. The next thing we received was from Casper and Patricia Ovale. They thanked Eric Lohman for contacting them about their dog Leo that apparently had gone missing. They said, thanks to Eric for keeping us in contact with his whereabouts. Thanks to the Garden Ridge Police Department for assisting us also. We thank Richard McMahon and Officer Wang for staying with Leo until they were reunited with him. The thanks comes from the bottom of their hearts, and that Leo is home safe and sound. Then Chief Eberhardt received a thank you from Mr. Don Wright. He wanted to extend his sincerest thanks for the services that the department provides to the community. They had an out-of-town home check. They said the team was visible and professional and respectful. It was deeply appreciated, and what a great sense of security for us. Just a short note letting you know our community is glad you're here for us. Then Joe Maloney sent a letter of appreciation to Officer Wang. He states in his letter that he's pleased to recognize Officer Wang for his courtesy and professionalism in the performance of his duties. He has enforced the street three-way stop at an intersection that is of particular interest to him and neighbors and the neighborhood. He's greatly appreciates the work Officer Wang performs daily and thinks he's a major addition to the Garden Ridge Police Department. Then there's another letter of appreciation from Mr. Maloney to Assistant Chief Bellinger, saying that he's a professional officer that is the face of the department of the city of Garden Ridge. He further stated he displays an even-handed approach to his duties, ensures that the officers in the department apply the same fairness. He leads with a firm understanding of law enforcement while maintaining a calm and pleasant demeanor. He commented that the community outreach program with the HOAs and churches gives the city's residents a sense of safety and security. Job well done, Assistant Chief Dan. Thank you for leading our Garden Ridge community and the exceptional police work you do. Those are all the thank yous. And now we have an employee appreciation, or not, well, an employee anniversary. I am so sorry. I have appreciation on my mind here. Anthony Klein in Public Works for 2 years of service to the city. Thank you, Andrew. We had 162 volunteer hours during the month of May. 8 hours of those were the individuals who helped stuff water bills. The library had 111 volunteer hours, and the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association had 43 volunteer hours. Okay, the next things I wanted to announce is this Friday, June 7th, is First Friday at Paul Davis Park, 5:30 to 7:30. The theme is Luau. Then I wanted to update the council to let them know the events committee has been moving fast forward in planning the July 4th celebration and parade. Can you bring up the flyer that you have, please? We have some very, very generous sponsors. We have the Stars sponsorship level and Stripes sponsorship level. The event will begin at 9:15 on July 4th with the flag raising. We are encouraging everyone to enter something in our parade, a vehicle, a float, a trailer, a bike, anything. We're going to be judging, Cindy, can you go down? We're going to be judging the parade entries, and we're going to have a first place in 4 categories. And at 9:45, we're going to have another flyover. It's going to be exciting. Last year's was very exciting. The parade will begin promptly at 10 a.m., and we should be starting to wrap things up about noon. We are going to be bringing back the classic car show. It will be in the parking lot at the Paul Davis Park. We're going to have CPAs sponsoring and cooking the food for the event. There's going to be ice cream, popcorn, the barrel train ride. We have a water slide, face painters, and we're going to have some music. And it ought to be fun. We're excited. We've been excited with our planning. In fact, the committee met this morning after our staff meeting and finalized a few aspects of the event, and we just have a few little things left to tweak. So it's right around the corner. We're excited. Hope everybody will join us. And Mayor, that's all I had.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Council,
welcome.
anything for city manager? Looking forward to First Friday and obviously the 4th of July. Thanks for all your hard work on that and everybody on the staff. All right, moving on to item B, Finance and HR Monthly Activity Report. Ms. Robin, floor is yours.
Good evening. I don't have a lot. We're going to have the amended budget that we'll be presenting tonight. But I did want to let council know we received resignation from water operator Robert Mann. So tomorrow will be his last day. We have already posted the ad for a water operator position, and we will be looking to get some applicants for that to review, hopefully soon. As for me, we are already putting numbers together for our, I know we're reviewing 24 amended budget tonight, but we're already getting numbers ready for our 2025 budget year. So that is going to be coming up here in the next few months as well. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, Robin. Yep, budget season's upon us. Talk more about it tonight. Council, anything for Robin? All right, moving on. City Secretary, monthly activity report. Marissa, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things I wanted to highlight. We have upcoming holidays where City Hall will be closed on Wednesday, June 19th, Thursday, July 4th, because we will all be at the park, and Friday, July 5th, that's the day that we actually observe Independence Day. One of the things that Nancy talked about was First Friday. I just wanted to announce that there will be no First Friday in July due to that holiday weekend. So after this one in June, the next one will be August. And then the only other two things that I wanted to highlight was we're getting a decent amount of views on our meetings lately. I don't know if anyone pays attention to these that I put on my report, but for council last month, there was 321 views, so people are definitely paying attention. We did have 2 council meetings, but it's 321 views. It's pretty significant. And the boards and commissions had 93 views. The last thing is just a reminder to council and maybe any staff that might not have completed this yet. Your cybersecurity training and your assessments are due to me by Friday, so please don't forget to do those. And that's all I have.
You were looking at me for that last one.
Maybe.
Need to get that done.
And the new guy's already done his.
It's good.
Yes. Yep.
Thanks for the reminder with all that stuff and First Friday stuff. All right, anybody have anything for Marissa? Okay, continuing on. Chief, monthly activity report for the police department. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to highlight, bring some things up. Mrs. Kane brings up about the volunteer hours every month and talks about the different groups, but what a lot of people don't realize is there's a lot more going on behind the scenes with these groups that never make that list. And so like our CPA members, where it shows 43, that's for a specific event, but it doesn't talk about all the hours they spend coordinating. For instance, coming up on the 4th of July, for them to sponsor and organize all of the food, cooking, and all of that sort of thing that goes on with it, along with the car show every year. And they help us with the traffic during the 4th of July and any other events that come up, and the tree lighting. So I just wanted to bring that up, that even though it may only show 43 hours, there's hundreds of hours going into that work, and behind the scenes, we only count the physical days of those events. So I just wanted to bring that up to everybody's attention. Also, I know it was 1 June, wasn't really May, but I wanted to touch base. We had our pancake breakfast last weekend. We had a great turnout. It was a good time. We should be hopefully surpassing last year's benefit and contribution to the CAC. We have Audi as our sponsor. They sponsor the entire event and pay for everything. We do all the pancakes, sausage, and drinks with the fire department and police department together. Hopefully I'm hoping we're gonna get close to $6,000 this year for a contribution. So it was a good turnout. We had a great group of folks, and I'm hoping it gets bigger next year. Also, changing on that, so we've been doing a whole lot of recruiting that we've been talking about over the last couple of months, and doing the cadet sponsorships, whereas we don't have an actual cadet sponsored as of yet. However, we've been receiving a lot of applications. We've been processing, doing backgrounds. In the last few weeks, we have done we do scenario training and testing as part of our process of hiring people. We've done a couple of days of scenario training. We've had an oral board. So I have actually made 2 conditional offers of employment to two young people at this point. One has experience. One is a cadet, but we are not sponsoring her as a cadet because she's fixing to graduate. So she'll be brought in as an officer. We plan on having those first 2 starting on 17 June. We will start their FTO program at that time, so it'll take a couple of months to get them out on the road. We have a third one right now that we are processing. He's looking. Okay, so we have a third one that we are working on now. He's in the background phase. We've done some scenario testing with him, and he is moving forward. We will be doing an oral board next week with him. So hopefully we'll have a third, and if that works out and pans out as we think it will, then he will be coming on mid-July. So that'll be three of those 4 slots will be filled in the next 90 days. So that's all moving in the right direction. We're still keeping in contact with the academies. They've got a couple of new classes starting. We'll be making some more trips down there, and recruiting efforts will continue for that. So that's something I wanted to bring up. The only other thing I wanted to bring forward to the council and let y'all know about is we get calls for ordinance violations fairly regularly. So we have started a little more proactive here in the last few weeks, and the officers are now taking areas of the city and looking at specific streets on specific days and starting to make contact. Instead of sending written warnings to people or letters, the officers are making contact with those folks and explaining what the issue is and how they can get that rectified. In case y'all get any calls on that, that's what we're doing. And that way we can work with them on how to get those remedied. If they're making the effort to do it, we're extending that 15-day period to allow them to get that accomplished. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention since you may get some calls on that as council members. And that's all I've got this evening.
Thank you very much, Chief. Great job with the recruiting, both to you and Assistant Chief Dan over there, and also way to go, Officer Wang, with the thank you note. Thanks for everything you do back there in the corner right now. So thanks, Chief, and great job with the pancake breakfast.
Thank you.
Council, anything for Chief of Police? All right, awesome. Moving on to E, Public Works Department, both public facilities then utilities. And Stephen, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the month of May, the Public Works Department completed 399 tasks, removed 108 pounds of trash from right-of-ways. We recorded 0.83 inches of rain off the Public Works shop. Did it again. So far this year, we had 10.39 inches of rain, up 0.15 inches of rain from last year. We removed dead trees from drainage channels and some at the park, filled potholes on Schoenthal Road, attended the annual shred event, and just as a reminder, bulk dumpsters will be back June 8th, 8 to 5, 9th, 12 to 4, 15th, 8 to 5, and the 16th, 12 to 4. Currently, we have 3 dogs ready for adoption at the Public Works Yard. That completes the Public Works portion of the report.
Thank you, Stephen. Marissa, you have the picture of one of the dogs for us up there? There we go. Ready to go.
All 3 of them can be found on the website and the city's social media if anybody's interested. They're all cute.
And they were in the grapevine too, right? Great job. All right, thank you, Stephen. Council, anything for Stephen regarding Public Works? Okay, you're on for utilities.
Okay, currently the city of Garden Ridge is still in stage 2 water restrictions. We pumped 42.61 acre feet from the Edwards Aquifer with a year-to-date total of 94.12 acre feet, with 470 acre feet remaining. We pumped 29.41 acre feet from the Trinity Aquifer with a year-to-date total of 195.12 acre feet. The Utilities Department completed 299 work orders. All required water distribution samples for the month passed. The monthly water loss went down to 2.9%. Total portal customers is 835. Daily meter readability percentages was 99.53 for 1,665 meters. No main breaks reported. No new leak adjustments submitted. That's all I have for utilities.
Thank you, Stephen. What stage is SAWS in right now?
I believe they're still in stage 2.
They still in stage 2? Okay, thanks. Council, anything for Stephen regarding water? Jesse?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, it's great to see, 3 months in a row with the unaccountable water and unsold down. and no city-owned leaks. And that's great. You know, it's 3 good months so far. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thanks, Jesse. Todd or Brian, anything? Okay. Thanks, Stephen. On to 5F, monthly library report. Miss Linda, it's always good to see you. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned in our last meeting, the library is going to be really busy this summer. We had planned to do a lot of things, so Wendy and I have our track shoes on. We're ready to run, and it'll be starting tomorrow. That's me on the, you can guess which one is Wendy, which one. This is our calendar, just so you get a view. I'm not going to go over it, but every one of these things is just library activities, nothing from the city. The green is for children, the red is the adult, and yellow is multipurpose. So it's tomorrow, let's see, we hear it's going to be a really hot summer, so just want everybody to know the library is going to be really cool, a nice cool place to be. And for children, if they're bored at home, they don't want to get out, they've done all the swimming they can, come see us. One thing we will have for adults will be next Thursday, June 13th, from 5 to 7, for a Friends of Garden Ridge Library reception. We will have wine and hors d'oeuvres, so you can come and you can relax, and we can tell you how wonderful the library is and all the reasons why you need to join the Friends, or you might want to join the Friends of Garden Ridge Library. I make a really mean chocolate chip cheese ball. So tomorrow we're having our summer reading kickoff, which is a big event for us. It's going to be held up in the community center, lots of activities. Really, they don't relate to reading, but we're hoping to get kids enthusiastic about reading, about how important it is to keep their skills up during the summer, and they always have a good time. And the last item I'll mention is the Mommy and Me Tea Party. Now, you may wonder why a tea party should be important, but you know, we do have real china and real cloth napkins and tablecloth. But this year we're going to have Mrs. Texas, Corindra Harrelson is going to be our special guest. And so we're kind of excited about that. She'll talk to the girls about, well, girls, and I don't know if any boys will come, but that's fine, but about having your standards and your values and keeping those. It's really important. So when I said that Wendy and I were going to be busy, I should have said we're going to be busy with purpose, because we have a passion for sharing everything good about the library and the library experiences, especially with children, but for all people in the community. A thought for the minute. It's not a thought for the day, it's just for the minute. Keep busy at something. Remember, a busy person never has time to be unhappy, and you all know that because you're all busy, and we're happy people. That's all.
Thank you, Miss Linda. Looking forward to Thursday, the 13th.
Great,
It'll be
thank
fun.
you.
Council, anything for our librarian? All right, awesome. Moving on to item number 6, City Engineer Project Status Reports. Sam, I think for the last time, yes? Come on forward, sir. The floor is yours for your update.
Good evening. So like you said, this is my last council meeting. Moving a family out of state, southeast United States. So sad to go. I love Garden Ridge. I don't live here, but working with you guys has been a great joy for me, and I enjoy working with Nancy and supporting staff, Stephen, the guys in the field, you guys, when y'all have questions. So I'm going to miss that for sure. So as far as the report, the only thing I want to add to it is regarding the schedule. So we met with TxDOT's utility coordinator last week, and there's going to be some changes at the intersection of 3009 and 2252, and this is to avoid the bracing of the power poles there. So currently we have 9 poles that need to be braced. We're trying to eliminate all of them. If not, one pole just needs to be braced. But it's going to call for us to make some changes to the design per se. not major changes, but we are going to have to move our alignment. And another thing, as far as the schedule, I can't really provide a timeline because how this is going to work, the gas company is going to do their work first, get out of the way, and then we'll have the contractor come back and complete the water project. That way, the contractor's not complaining about the gas line being in the way, things of that nature. So I think that's a win for us in Garden Ridge because, you know, we have to deal with the threats of being shut down and things of that nature because the gas is in the way. So to eliminate that, but the downside of it is I don't know when the gas will be complete with the relocation of the gas line. Also, the gas line will be approximately 20 feet deep. And how we have it set up, the water line will sit on top of the gas line. But the deepest the water line will go is 11 feet, and it's only for like a 50-foot stretch. Other than that, it's going to be about 7 feet deep. So there should be absolutely no conflict with the gas line on in this area. So just going to take a little time to make sure the gas line's out the way, they have everything at the proper depths, and then just get the redesign submitted, and we should be good to go.
Thank you. I know you've worked very hard with all that coordination. You probably didn't, when you took your test for PE, it probably wasn't coordination and all that, probably wasn't on the test. So we appreciate all the work that you've done, not only with this project, but what you've done for Garden Ridge through the years, Sam, and we wish you the absolute best. We'll miss you. And Hank is going to replace you?
Yes.
Is he here tonight?
Yes.
Hank, you got to come up and say hi.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Hank Crippen. I have big shoes to fill with Mr. Sam, but he's been, well, sorry, I'm size 10, so I can't quite fill him, but I'm going to do my best. Sam's been getting me downloaded on all the happenings of the few projects, and I've been working with Ms. Nancy in the meantime, too. So I'll continue to dive into the details. You know, I see that this community is very tight-knit, and I vow to do my best to serve it.
Thanks so much, Hank. It's very nice to meet you. Welcome to Garden Ridge. Sam, we're going to miss you. And North Carolina, is that where you're going? South Carolina, that's right. Okay. We'll miss you.
Miss you guys too. Thank you.
Best of luck to you and your family.
Thank you.
All right, Council, anything before he leaves? You good? All right. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, City Commission and Committee Reports, Recommendations, Possible Action. 7A is Planning and Zoning Commission, and receive a monthly activity update as applicable. Karim, I think I saw you come on in. Good to see you. It was a busy
Good to see
meeting
you.
in May. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We met last month, and not much to report. We had a light agenda, and we discussed a little bit about the natural features overlay, which our next, or planning and zoning meeting for next month is canceled due to a light agenda and due to some commissioners being absent. But we should be able to take that up at our next meeting in July, I'm sorry, and get that presented to council thereafter. We have not much to report on, other than the walkability study that we're kind of browsing through and making some recommendations. And we have a small committee that we've set up to study the city on some walkability safety issues. And we'll report back on that from the committee that's been set up.
Thank you very much. Council, anything for planning and zoning at the moment? Thank you. All right, moving on to Water Commission, 7B. The Water Commission didn't meet in May, so there's no report at this time. We'll move on to item number 8, approvals and authorizations. The following items are for discussion, consideration, and action. 8A, petition by Eric Fisher in accordance with regulations contained in ordinance number 1303-2023 for 3 specific use permits for the Revival to be located on a 1.707 acre tract and a 1.40 acre tract totaling 3.107 acres located at 19186 FM 2252, Garden Ridge, Texas, on property zoned as commercial, community commercial district. The following uses are allowable in the community commercial district with the issuance of special use permits. The special use permits petitioned for are, I'll read all three and then we'll start talking about this. 1, restaurant or cafeteria, bar/tavern, to be allowed an indoor-outdoor bar area serving beer, wine, and mixed drinks with inside and outside seating on premises. Special use permit number 2, amusement, commercial, outdoors, to be allowed up to 4 pickleball courts on premises. And special use permit number 3, food truck and mobile retail park, to be allowed up to 4 food trucks with electric and water hookups on premises. Sorry, specific use permits. Thank you, Lisa. All right, so to introduce this, council, for us, I think what we've done in the past, what will work tonight is have a little discussion and intro, then have Nancy talk and Cynthia update us on anything she needs to, and then have Mr. Fisher come up if you have a presentation for us, just overall with the revival, and then go into each specific use permit. Yeah, did I get it right this time? Yeah. Okay, specific use permit. And then have a public hearing for each one of those and go from there, if that sounds okay with all of you. Okay. A couple things. So for Mr. Fisher and the revival, this would be depending on how the vote goes for all three, this would be the last step in the approval process for the council. This would be the last time that we see this for the revival, anything having to do with it, barring some other event, depending on how the votes go. The next step, if things are approved, will be to submit plans to the city manager and then work for a permit to start building. Do I have that correct, Nancy? So a couple of thoughts from me, and just to keep, as best we can, keep the emotion out of it and just talk about some of the facts. Cities rarely own their own property to develop. So the city of Gardner Ridge, we own our parks, Paul Davis Park, our pocket parks. We own our municipal facilities, so City Hall, Public Works, the library. We don't own the other property to be developed in the city of Gardner Ridge, and that's not unique for the city of Gardner Ridge. That's how it works for municipalities. So in order to help guide and control development, cities come up with ordinances and laws, in this case, Ordinance 13, our planning and zoning ordinance, to help guide and mold, if you will, development. And then we zone parts of the city for specific uses and type of zoning. Residential, that's fairly well built out in the city of Gardner Ridge. And now what we have left is commercial development areas along the 2252 corridor and some of the 3009 corridor. But we don't own the property, and in this case, Mr. Fisher does, and we come up with our planning and zoning ordinance to help guide the development of those properties as best we can. This last ordinance was approved, planning and zoning, last March of 2023, after about a 3-year process, Jesse? Yeah, 4 or 5 year process. Yeah, Dr. Miller's in the audience, raising his hand, more like 6. So, and we started the revision process just after we finished and approved as a council our master land use plan, which was a great exercise that we went through in 2017. We started in April of 2017, right after I was on council. Todd, you'd already been on council 10 years at that point, something like that. So, and so council was involved, city staff was involved, and a lot of people in this room, in the audience, were involved in going through those workshops, and we hired Fries and Nichols to help us with our urban planning. And we came up with the master land use plan. And then we said, okay, we need to amend and basically rewrite Ordinance 13, our planning and zoning ordinance. We needed to do that for a couple reasons. One, we needed to align it more with our master land use plan that we approved. And two, we needed to update it for state, federal, and local laws and how things are built and code and all of that. And we, with our legal team, with Cynthia and Bryce Cox, working really hard as an urban planner with all the legalities of going through and adding to this document. And it's a 166-page planning and zoning ordinance that is very inclusive, and we are currently looking to amend it already with our natural features overlay, which Jesse is helping us out with. So we adopted and put that rewrite into effect a year ago, March, and it's what helps us guide and influence what kind of development that we can have in the city of Garden Ridge with zoning and help property owners develop that property, as long as they look at and consider Ordinance 13. So again, we don't own it, but my question would be, Nancy, has Mr. Fisher met legal sufficiency with Ordinance 13 in the development of the revival?
He's met legal sufficiency, in my opinion, for the submission to Planning and Zoning and City Council for the specific use permits.
Okay.
He's
Thank
met
you.
all the requirements of documentation and information that he's needed to provide.
Okay, thank you. Cynthia, anything to add legal-wise?
No, sir. All the legal requirements of posting public hearing notices and such have been complied with.
Okay, thank you. All right, council, with that in mind, we will move on to the first specific use permit for restaurant or cafeteria bar tavern to be allowed an indoor-outdoor bar area serving beer, wine, and mixed drinks with inside and outside seating on premises. But what we had just said is, Mr. Fisher, if you want to come up and have a presentation about the overall plan for the revival, and then specifically for this first SUP, that'd be great. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Yes, like you said, we're here moving forward in the development process. Over the last 2.5 years, we've met and we've met with Planning and Zoning and City Council regarding the rezoning of the lots, presenting the master plan and replatting both lots together. We're working on that currently. Nancy, we've already submitted it. And 2 meetings ago, I guess Planning and Zoning was meeting in April. They made a recommendation for approval on 2 of the permits and not on 1. We have heard some concerns from fellow citizens here, not only here, but also online, so I just wanted to kind of touch base on those. The big thing is noise. And I know everyone keeps telling me it's going to be the next Bluebonnet, but I really have been trying to foot stomp this, that it is not a live music venue. There is a stage there, correct, but in comparison to Bluebonnet, Bluebonnet is a 40-foot by 40-foot stage with full bands, and yes, we are saying we're only doing amplified music, acoustic performances, and our stage is a 16 by 20, which is almost more than half the smaller than Bluebonnet's. And we will be not doing live music daily, weekly, not even every weekend. The stage is also going to be used for other activities. If we ever have a silent auction item type event, it's a good place to put the items to announce from winners. We've asked, the theater department asked us at Davenport if we had a stage there, could they come and do some of their one-act plays, of course. So it's used for multiple purposes. It's not, we did not put the stage on the presence to compete or try to be a live music venue. and just to keep hounding on that, we're not set up for a live music venue. We don't have enough parking for a huge performance like a Wade Bowen or Randy Rogers that they would have at Blue Bonnet. We don't have a one-in, one-out entrance. It would be impossible to sell tickets and to see who paid. And we don't have enough bathrooms. It would become a logistical nightmare. So that is not our goal. It's not set up to be a live music venue. I'm just trying to really hit that home for y'all. The other concern, I know the beautification they're talking about, because we've said that we're going to be using some shipping containers. There were some photos going around online of horrible looking container builds that were blatant lies. Actually, in fact, the bar and the bathrooms and the 4,000 square foot building on the premise are all going to be stone and stucco, metal roofs. They'll look exactly like something you would see on 2252 currently. There will be some containers used in the back that will be elevated. This is simply a material which we have access to do some creative designs with. I know you say shipping container and you think they're on boats going to China, but 30 years ago, people would say, you would never put a metal roof on your house, you put that on a chicken coop. That's changed now. Now metal roofs are the most expensive roofs you put on your house, and they're all over Garden Ridge. So it's just a new material coming into play, and yes, you can find horrible ones online, but I guarantee you, everything we're doing is going to have a mix of stone, stucco, metal, and wood. And our goal is to have an aesthetically pleasing, welcoming spot for families. We more than y'all and everybody here do not want it to look like a shipyard. We understand that. I mean, that's the goal. So one of the things, and I don't know if you want me to go into all of it, because then we'll sit down, right? But I will mention, like I said, Planning and Zoning did recommend approval for the bar and pickleball courts, and we're hoping council agrees with them and votes yes. However, we request that council reviews the food truck permit that was turned down by Planning and Zoning. No more than a week after Planning and Zoning meeting, City Hall had an event here with food trucks there. I had 4 people texting me photos of the food trucks saying, why do they have food trucks? I thought you couldn't have them. I was like, no, you can have them. Food trucks are allowed in the city of Garden Ridge. They're at every Market Days event and at multiple events held here at City Hall throughout the year. We're having food 4th of July. I don't know if it's food trucks, but they're used here quite a bit. I do understand the concern of the trucks being more of a permanent fixture at ours versus a 1-day event or a 2-day event. This is why we strategically put them towards the back of the property. They're not right up off 2252. The whole seating area and park area is in front of it. So they are kind of tucked away so people don't have to see them as easily as they could just being right up off 2252. And the reason we're doing food trucks, we're hoping to have a variety of food options. Really, the only restaurant in Garden Ridge is Caparelli's. And the reason we want more of a permanent food truck is because we want you to have a reliable place to go eat. If you end up enjoying it and liking it, well, you know it's going to be there. On the flip side of that, if the residents don't like that particular food truck, we can pull the lease and get a new option in there. So it's easier to do versus putting in a restaurant, and if the restaurant isn't successful, you'll still have to pull it out, but you have to put something else in there. It's a lot more complicated. Also, the permanent ones, since we set up for it, we have water and electric, like it says on the permit. So you're not dealing with noise and generators, because we know noise is a factor. And even with the noise from the bar area or the stage or the food trucks, we're going into great detail on our landscaping plan to put up fences, bushes, and other barriers to help baffle any sound further, because we have heard the concerns. So we're trying to do everything in our power to be good neighbors. Our goal is not to offend and upset neighbors that are nearby. We're wanting them to come and have a good time with their family. So, that's our theme, in keeping with Garden Ridge's theme. We don't think anything's more naturally home, our theme, than fellowship with friends and family over a meal or a drink or a sporting event and just hanging out and having a good time. And I'll kind of close with this, and you kind of talked about owning the property and everything, Mayor. I was here for the meeting when Quick Trip was trying to come to Garden Ridge, and they asked for 4 variances. And Mr. Mayor, you said something, and I'm paraphrasing. If we give 4 variances to our town ordinances that are in effect, what is the good of having the ordinances in the first place? How can you vote yes to that? And as Nancy said, and you asked, I'm hoping that statement holds true, because everything is included on our master plan, is allowed on our property, and is zoned for it. And we are not asking for any variances. We're not breaking any ordinances. We're following all the rules. So how can you vote no? And that's kind of what I've got unless you have questions.
Thank you, Eric. Council may have questions as we go on, so
Sure.
If we do, we'll call you back up.
All right.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, the next thing we'll do is hold a public hearing for SUP number 1, restaurant or cafeteria, bar/tavern, to be allowed an indoor-outdoor bar area serving beer, wine, and mixed drinks with inside and outside seating on premises. We'll open the public hearing at 7 p.m. Anybody wishing to speak can come forward. If we need to have a line, we can just form a line going towards the back of the room and from the center. If you do want to come up, make sure you sign in afterwards. And please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hello, I'm Candace Ornis, and I have been a resident here in Garden Ridge for 11 years now. I'm currently the theater director at Davenport High School and a huge proponent of performing arts of all ages. Garden Ridge is so lovely in so many ways, and that's why families are flocking here so fast. But one thing I think we are lacking is family-friendly experiences. I am so glad the park has been updated, that we have so many people and committees who are willing to make this community a wonderful place to live. But I have to say, a few years ago, I was really happy when Rapitude opened down the street because it was a place I could actually take my family that I didn't have to cross the highway for, that I could go listen to live music and watch my kids and have a good meal with a beverage. I believe the Fishers are kind of wanting to do the same thing and providing a service that is in desperate need of all the young families here in this community. There's nowhere to go. We don't have a place for us families to go without crossing the highway. Why not have more family-friendly eating and entertainment? There's so much talent here in Garden Ridge. We have young students at the high school who write songs, who come and play guitar for us teachers, and how wonderful if an open mic night or something was there. There's no other place like that around here. Like, we're supposed to be a community and providing for our community and our young ones, and I don't feel like we really have a lot of places to do that. I have spoken to so many neighbors in their 40s, 50s, and 60s throughout the years who were in bands back in the day, and now they're in the Air Force and Army and whatnot, and are talking to my husband, who's in a band who plays at the 4th of July parade, who's going to be playing tomorrow night at the city First Friday event. But like, besides that, where else is there live music? And where else can I go take my family out to eat in Garden Ridge besides Caparelli's that I think was mentioned? Besides Rapitude, or the other live music venue would be down in Bracken at the bar, which obviously is not a family-friendly place. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Make sure you sign in. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Scott Miller. I live at 9312 Berean Way. Mayor, council members, I get it. Property owners should have the right to utilize their property as they wish. Likewise, nearby property owners should not be negatively impacted by that use. In this case, I object to the building structures and the presence of an outdoor venue. It's clear, SUPs are required to provide property owners quality of life protection to the residents, and they don't favor development over them. As such, it's important to review the definition. A SUP is an approval for a specific use that has been determined to be more intense or have a potentially greater impact than a use permitted by right within the same zoning district. The fact that the revival requires SUPs confirms that it has a greater potential to negatively impact residents, and therefore should be considered carefully. The SUP regulation states, in considering a SUP, council shall determine that such uses are harmonious and adaptable to the building structures and uses of abutting and other property in the vicinity, and shall consider 9 factors. I believe 2 of those factors are both critical and prohibitive of this request. The first, protection against negative effects of noise, glare, and lighting on the character of the neighborhood. Even with sincere efforts, noise from an outdoor music venue is impossible to contain. Residents of Garden Ridge Estates are routinely subjected to the loud music of the Bluebonnet Palace, associated noise from the monthly market days, trains, and vehicle traffic on 2252, allowing yet another known noise generator right across the street from our subdivision adds insult to injury. For the revival, that noise could occur 7 days a week, and it doesn't appear the city's noise ordinance can prevent it. That ordinance lays out limitations using terms like unreasonably loud and boisterous, which is wide open to interpretation, and with less limitations before 10 p.m. Contrary to what some believe, only the city's community center has a decibel limit. However, none of that may matter. The ordinance also says the ordinary and usual sounds, noises, commotion typical to such a business are exempted from this provision. So if they build it, the noise will come. The second factor, compatibility of buildings and other such measures as will secure and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. The bar will be made of steel shipping containers. In contrast, in nearby buildings are traditional 100% masonry on concrete slab structures. While some say containers can be made to look nice, in reality, it's equivalent to putting lipstick on a pig. No matter the facade, their non-traditional building shape conflicts with nearby structures. Following the comprehensive master plan and the SUP regulations, I think it's impossible to make a determination if the revival is harmonious and adaptable with the appearance of every building in the surrounding area. As a result, I ask that you deny the SUP for the Revival Bar and Restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
I'm Brenda Elliott. We're going to have so much noise from that area that right now, I heard Bluebonnet's music when I first moved in with my parents to take care of them. I hear the trains on both track 1 and 2. I'm in a solid brick house. We're going to have so much traffic, so much noise, and the police department's going to be called so many times of noise violation. They were going to be busy. So would your phones be busy also? I'm sure of that with the neighbors. Because we're going to have traffic, people taking shortcuts through our neighborhood to get on 22, 52, or whatever. We're going to have that. I totally disagree on having this built because we don't want the noise. We don't want the mess and of that area coming onto our property because you're deteriorating our values of our property. You don't take in consideration of us. You didn't come out first and say, hey, what do you think about this? There was no voting on our side to let you know what we thought of this. All of a sudden, we get a knock on the door saying, hey, there's a petition going on because of that, because you put a little tiny small print in your Garden Ridge that you need a magnifying glass to say, hey, this was going on. I didn't know about it until my neighbor and the person knocking on my door telling me, you're going to do this, without coming out and first getting a vote what the people wanted in our area. We don't want it. We don't want that at all. We have a good restaurant, Grumpy's down the street. We can go to other places and get better food. Go to the gristmill. But we don't need a bar and tavern and serve booze and wine and have loud music coming down our street. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Schultz. My address is 20,003 Hickory Bend. I'm the very first house when you enter Garden Ridge Estates from 2252. My main concerns, what many people have said, I'm going to focus more the traffic, the noise, the appearance. I was glad to hear Eric's presentation, kind of on what the plan is. It eased me a little bit, but my main concern is having the bar, is the safety. I've lived there for 35 years. I've raised 2 children there. Now I have 4 grandchildren that come and visit me quite often. So in opposition that I've heard going around, they suggested to go to look at what the district looked like at in Spring Branch. So my husband and I went there on Sunday evening about 5:30, and it was a nice setup. I'll give them that. I thought the containers looked as good as a container could look. But we sat out right there at the bar, and for an hour and a half, I saw a line of 20 to 25 people, a constant line at that bar. And people beside me were very intoxicated. And that's what my concern is that, yes, I mean, I want to have a good time. I think it's great that we have a place for families to gather, but I'm very concerned about the traffic. I'm very concerned about the safety of my family, my friends, and all the citizens of Garden Ridge. According to TxDOT, 77% of motor vehicle accidents occur within 10 miles of a person's home. It's right around the corner from my home. So I'm just really concerned about that. I've loved raising my family here. I love the look of our community. I love the professional buildings that we have right in our area. And I would just like to see more of that type of a establishment, not the type that's proposed near our church and near residential areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Mayor, Council, my name is Mark Dubois. I have the property, commercial building, that's just right across the street from the proposed development. It's 19243 on FM 2252. And I have really 2 concerns. I looked at all the information that was available. I couldn't get the answer, so that's why I'm bringing them forth here now. My first comment is in reference to that I counted around 74 parking spaces on the layout. And as per the impact analysis, there'd be about 116 evening peak hour trips. I'm not sure what that all means. But my concern is the need for additional parking if there was special events going on or weekends and those types of things. Is 74 parking spaces going to be enough? Just happens I have the commercial building just right across the street, which has a parking lot. My concern is twofold. One is people parking in my lot. Second is people may park in the lot and try to run across FM 2252 to the demise of their health. So it's a safety issue as well. So I don't know if there's been any concern with the need for overflow parking. What happens if there is a need? Where do they go? They park on the street? Do they go across the street to my parking lot? That was my first concern. My second item is the access points. It's a right in, right out on the northbound lane of FM 2252. My concern is if I'm headed southbound on FM 2252, how do I get turned around? Are there going to be turn lanes? Are there going to be turnarounds? Are people going to be just going into parking lots or people's driveways or intersections trying to get turned around so they can do the right in, right out only entrances, exits to this development? That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Falcone.
Good evening, Mayor, council
to see you.
members, neighbors. It's good to be here. Thank you for your service. We really appreciate you very much. I've lived in Garden Ridge here for 12 years with my family, and I was just going to come up here and just say, please, I vote in favor of it. And it occurred to me as Ms. Kane had the thank you note from Heidelberg Materials up there, that last time I was in this building was when a proposed asphalt plant was going in. And then it occurred to me further that what Eric Fisher and his team is proposing is a partnership. And it led me to think about the partnerships that I've had in businesses, some successful, some very unsuccessful. And successful ones had a common denominator in that the partnerships that were successful and that lasted and that were meaningful were the ones that had people who put the relationship before the result, or the relationship over the result, the positive result that they were trying to get to. And it made me think of this team, Mr. Fisher, his family, and the families that are trying to put this together. These are people that put the relationship over the result. I've heard lots of great concerns up here, and I'm in a fortunate position where I don't have to field any of those. You all do, the legal department does, the police force has to deal with that. But what my concern was, do I trust the people that we're going into a partnership with? And for me and my family, I've laughed with these people, I've cried with these people, I've shared meals with these people. I trust these people. And I'm asking you to do the same thing and approve this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Next, please.
Hello. Hi there. My name is Sarah Bagley. I live at 20815 Glen Cove in Forest Waters. I'm here in support of the revival, very much so. I'm very excited for it to come, actually. As soon as I heard that it was coming, I just can't wait because there's really not a lot to do in the area. And it's been said that people move here to retire, and I don't really think that's the case for a lot of people that have been moving here recently. A lot of us move here because it's basically the only place you can live in the area where your house isn't built on top of your neighbor's. And that's a major appeal. So even though there's not a lot of things to do here, that aspect is huge, that my house is not 10 feet from the house next door to mine. It's not because I wanted to retire, and it's not because I wanted to be far away from things like the revival. There's just not a lot of options for dining here, and I'm excited about the variety that food trucks provide, and I like that, you can bring them in and out if they're popular or not popular, and you won't have a vacant building sitting there because it was unpopular and now it's gone. As a mother of 3 young kids, I really look forward to having a local spot available that's family friendly where I can bring my family to enjoy time together, all of us. It's not just something that I want to do. My kids will have something to do. My husband will have something to do. My husband and my son are both really looking forward to the pickleball that's possibly available. They recently found that and love it, and they're really excited to do it. And they're really hoping that it comes to our town. I myself am looking forward to the variety of food options, but also a place where my young kids can play with other kids their age outside of the school day, because there's just not enough time in the school day for them to play with their peers. I think that this revival is a really great idea, and I'm really excited that the Fishers have taken it upon themselves to propose this idea, and I really look forward to spending time with my family and my friends and my neighbors at the revival. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lawrence Sansone, and I live at 19462 Arrowwood Place. I do support properly planned development for Garden Ridge. I support food options. I support pickleball. However, I have read all the documents submitted by Mr. Fisher or on his behalf for the revival and have 2 very serious concerns that merit reconsideration by the city and the Planning and Zoning Committee. First is the failure to properly address the outdoor music venue. It's permitted as a bar with indoor-outdoor seating, only brief mention of acoustic-style music. All items in his submission that address noise mitigation only refer to mitigation of the pickleball. Most importantly, the traffic analysis is technically flawed and grossly underestimates the actual traffic flow. There are 4 ITE codes that are used. One does not properly fit his bar. There is no ITE code for this is the Institute of Traffic Engineer code. There is not an ITE code for the outdoor music venue. And further, there is no weekend data for the ITE codes that were selected. As a result, 3 of the codes use zeros for Saturday traffic, for a bar, for a food truck, for pickleball. Then used 116 car passes for a strip mall, averaged all 4 of those together to include the zeros to give you the 116 passes Mark Dubois talked about. That is a technical engineering error in the traffic, and I ask that you have that revisited by a traffic engineer before any approvals are made. Further, The city standard for noise that I love is that musical groups, no DJ or musical group at Paul Davis Park, except for city-sponsored, will be allowed unless approved by the city administrator. If allowed, entertainment volumes must not intrude on neighboring homes. I would ask that you apply that standard to the revival. I'll be happy to get some food from the food truck and play some pickleball, but I think we need to be concerned about how that can escalate. Essentially, as there's room for expansion for parking, we have trouble with overflow parking, the noise. So I think the outdoor venue should be separately permitted and fully addressed in Mr. Fisher's application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Ms. Kane. I'm Roger Bowsam. I live at 21131 Klein Circle. Where is that? Right behind the community center. When I moved in 20 years ago, I stood before the council and had some concerns about noise, lighting, sirens being tested by the police. But what has happened is that you have a champion and a city manager. She has worked with me on any issue that has come up with the city regarding the community center and any other events that take place. I trust Mr. Fisher. I've heard his spiel on what he wants to do, and I know the man is compassionate about Davenport. He's compassionate about Garden Ridge. When you talk about rowdy people getting drunk and causing problems, I firmly believe that he would not allow that to happen. He's going to run a tight ship. Look, things change. When I bought my lot, I was told that's a green buffer. You'll never have anything behind you. But I've learned to live with it because I love Garden Ridge, and I think that this is warranted. I agree with Tracy Blackwell on the revenue for the city. I agree with those, actually, I appreciate the concerns of those who are against it. But I think there's a way that we can get through this. One last thing. My wife and I, we eat most of our meals at home. I don't like getting out in crowds. I've never been a crowd guy. Being prior Army and in difficult situations, I just don't trust people out there. My daughter says, oh, you need to go try this food or you need to go that. Nah, we'll eat at home. I'll go eat here. We just took a pickleball class and we're going to start playing pickleball somewhere. Anyway, I appreciate you listening to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name's Andy Lavash, and I live outside of the city limits. But I want to give you my money. I'm tired of giving it to shirts. I'm tired of giving it everywhere else. I also have to confess that I'm absolutely terrified to speak in public. I won't do you the disservice of reading some script that I put together. I happen to know Mr. Fisher and his partner, Colonel Mulkey. I adore Eric and Mark and their beautiful wives. I was so thrilled to hear Tracy talk about how we might be able to spend our money in your city. But I was most taken by the fine arts lady here from Davenport. It caused me to think that what I might do, where I'm terrified speaking in public, is that I'm very courageous about singing in public. So what I thought I might do would be to shut off the microphone and use this decibel reading meter, to show you what 80 decibels sounds like. That is unamplified music. And then I could show you what 100 decibels sounds like if you like. It's not scary. It's not going to wreck your lives. It's fun. It's relaxing. How do I turn off the mic? May I, sir? Yes, sir, I understand. Then I'll walk over here. So I am now at 81 decibels. So in honor of Mark and Eric's beautiful wives, I'm going to tell you just the first verse of the song that I wrote for my beautiful wife and sang to her on our wedding day. So you say your summer, it was kind of a bummer, but this tired year, it ain't over. Okay, that went up to 85 decibels. That's unamplified music. I propose, don't let me tell you how to run your city. I propose that you put a strict ordinance on the decibel level. You could put an iPad that would have this on it so that everyone who walks in could know how many decibels are being played. If Eric goes over it, problems, but I guarantee it won't. Thank you very much for hearing me, folks.
Thank you, sir. Don't forget to sign in. Thanks. Mr. Kniper, are you going to sing?
Ken Kniper, 8891 Chaintal Road.
Floor is
Thank you,
yours.
Mr. Mayor, Council. I guess I'm not as enthused as some are. Yes, we need some businesses, but I would like to see a brick and mortar totally contained venue for food and drink. Not open areas, not an open air bar. All that just leads to more problems in my estimation. I've lived here over 20 years. Garden Ridge is a nice place to live. When I moved here, it was an old city. I mean, old people lived here. We got young families now moving in. That's true. But we also now have 2 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. And I spend time at the high school a lot. And I'll tell you, it is fun to be around those young kids and young adults. They all know me. They recognize me. They may not know my name, but they know who I am. I believe if this is a brick and mortar restaurant, something like Abel's, it would be welcome, but not an outdoor place to eat. I'm sorry, I just cannot accept that venue. Thank you and for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Next.
Hi, my name is Sharon Mazurek, and I've been here more than 10 years. I have 2 beautiful kids, went to Garden Ridge, Danville, now in Davenport. The Fishers are people that will not let you down in running an establishment. They are God-fearing, they're very personable, they're very easy to work with. I hear a lot concern, and I completely understand the noise, the brick and mortar. They run a successful business that will not look like we have a ship coming in from China with bands around it. They are very artistic in that manner. It's going to look wonderful. And if it doesn't, we have enough ordinance to handle that. You know, we can put, like they were saying, ordinances on the noises and ordinance on how we want that to look. But at the end of the day, I moved here with a railroad by me. I moved here knowing the quarry was here. I moved here knowing that the Bluebonnet had already moved over there, and you could hear them when I was looking at the place. So the noise is here, but also all the families are here. We've got, like he just mentioned, more schools here. There's no real community to go except for church, and I understand that's getting too loud, to enjoy your family with your friends and your coworkers and what have you. Obviously, at the end of the day, we want this. My husband and I have family in Florida, and there's this place called Third Planet. Unbelievable. We go there with the notion that we are going to go to that place 3 or 4 times while we're there. It is a brewery, family establishment with food trucks, turf ground, a small, maybe the size of this, I would say, of a stage, just enough to have 1, 2, maybe 3 people out there. And it is, we take our children, they take their 3 children, and the kids are playing, people are having food, they're enjoying the children, they're enjoying the music. They do yoga on some mornings, quietly, of course, but they have other interactions with military as their big source. and family is their common ground. And I think that's what this is bringing together. Community, family, the quietness and the look and the traffic and the elements of all that, I think can be established or reevaluated to make it safer for everybody here. So that is why we do want this. And I hope you take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Christian Lajas. I'm working with Eric on the development, so obviously I'm for the development of the revival. I just want to really comment on the traffic impact analysis that was mentioned earlier. It was done by a third-party licensed traffic engineer, and it was reviewed and approved by the city engineer, Sam Johnson. We have obviously complied with the traffic impact analysis and have worked with TxDOT to get approval for the 2 right-in, right-out driveways. We've had to do that to get to this point. So just kind of wanted to highlight that we are, we did have the traffic impact analysis done by a licensed traffic engineer, reviewed and approved by the city engineer, which we all, we're going to miss. But just wanted to make sure that's stated. I know somebody else mentioned that it was not done correctly, but it has been done correctly and reviewed and approved, obviously, because we're at this point now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Next, please.
Hello. I will not take 3 minutes. I will let you know, my name is Mandy Jackson. I'm a citizen of Garden Ridge. I live at 21041 Klein Circle, and I also work in Garden Ridge at 19269 FM 2252, which is exactly across the street from where we're talking. And I just want you to know that I'm here to support the revival. I love the Fishers. I love the Mulkeys. I trust that they will make good choices for our community. And I also want to say that I have been to the Bluebonnet, and I have been to 46, the district on 46, and those are 2 very different venues. I understand the concerns and I understand the sound and the noise, and I get it. However, if you've been to one and you've been to the other, it's really hard to put them in the same boat when it comes to how loud the venue is. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Kevin Pierce. I'm at 19531 Creekview Oaks. Thanks for being open to consider all the viewpoints regarding the revival. As you probably recall, last fall, I think it was, there was a petition put together with a couple of hundred signatures on it for people that were against doing this. I believe that was turned in. Since then, more signatures have been obtained, and we're turning this in today. I think they may have even been emailed. But I just wanted to make sure that that goes in the record, and here's another 221, signatures and stuff of people who are against it. And I would really ask you all to consider that. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of positives for doing this, but there's legitimate negatives as well from people who have legitimate concerns. And most of the people that are up here talking today aren't right across the street from where this is going to be, and they're not going to have to deal with it. And I would just encourage you in this upcoming vote to, think about the perspective of the people that do have to deal with it all the time. Just the way things are now, there's already a good bit of noise around that area on a regular basis, and a lot of people moved into this area not expecting that. And I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, well, I need a restaurant right across the street." No, you don't. Okay, I love restaurants, love going to places. I go to them all the time. It's not a big deal for me to drive 10 minutes from the house and cross I-35 to go to some restaurants where stuff like that is built all the time. I've been to places that are similar to this one being built. I've been to plenty of them, even some down 3009. They're not built right in front of people's neighborhoods. They're not. And if they are built, if we're taking all the consideration we're taking to all the noise and everything that everybody says they are, why don't they have it all going west toward, or going east toward I-35 instead of west right across the street to where everybody lives? You know, and I just respectfully request everybody to consider that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name is Jack Nunes. I'm at 19411 Arrowwood Place. We moved here 11 years ago. Like to sit outside. I'm right by 2252, so you know it is pretty noisy with the traffic, so forth. A lot of concerns about the noise, of course, because we here at Blue Bonnet. I replaced my windows, you know, try to help with some of the noise. One of the main things, I guess, that I'm concerned with is, you know, the aesthetics. You know, you're talking about, he's just here to make money. That's why he's putting a business. He's not here for the residents. So if he was here for the residents, he wouldn't have the Connex boxes or whatever. He'd have outdoor buildings that look just like the main building with the stuff going and so forth. Just costs a little bit more money. Don't necessarily need an outdoor venue. He says there's no live music venue, but is the people dead that are going to be singing on the stage? No matter how big the stage is, there's still someone's up there playing guitar or singing, so it's still amplifying noise. Now I can sit outside, you know, on my porch, and I guess the folks from Davenport want to have a karaoke night or something and stay. I mean, we pay a lot of school taxes. They keep the kids over at the school. We don't need to hear them singing and everything else now in the venue. So I know I'm getting a little old. My eyes are going bad, but that doesn't say City of Bracken. Thank you.
Sharon, good to see you.
How are y'all? Can I still talk later about something else?
About something else?
Yeah,
Yes.
not this. I hadn't planned on talking at all. So Sharon Stripling, 21729 Forest Water Circle. And I have a little different perspective on this. I have an event venue right down the street from me in the club at Garden Ridge. I've lived across from it or down the street from it for 34 years. We've had alcohol in and out of it. We had a bar upstairs. They have weddings there. Now we have an event venue there. I have very few neighbors that complain about it, very few. Most of the music is indoors. Tony Overman has been a great partner with it at the club, I think, by controlling that. His staff's very good. I get the impression Mr. Fisher's going to be probably the same way. So when you're saying you're across the street from it, I'm 2 houses down from it. And it can get loud. We have people playing basketball all the time. We have people on the tennis courts. We have people fishing, but it's a great addition to our community. And I'm sure a lot of y'all in Garden Ridge probably use the club at Garden Ridge. And I was pleased to hear that he made a comment about what the buildings are going to look like. The food trucks and all that don't bother me. I have 2 children I've raised here, 5 grandkids, and I think it would be a great place to go. I have a lot of my kids and my grandkids that like getting involved in the pickleball. And people were worried about the metal containers. And I mean, this might sound offensive to some, but it's pretty point blank. I've seen some vehicles and RVs and things like that stored at houses in Garden Ridge that are more offensive than those containers over there. So I don't think that offends me at all. It's on the outskirts of Garden Ridge, right on our border, and I have something right next door to me. And we keep selling our houses. We've had a lot of turnover lately, a lot of people passing away and moving away, and they move in and they know what they're getting, they're gonna be around. And I hear the noise from the city park too, but I like it. It means our community is alive and that we're actually interacting with each other, which I think is something good.
Thank you, Sharon. Sir, if you've already spoken,
Mayor, I would ask your indulgence to use the remaining 20 seconds I didn't to clarify a point on the engineering report that I believe one of the speakers left
can I make one more? Did I have 20 more seconds? The traffic. They have weddings there that have probably about 100 to 150 cars, and we're on streets going by, and the police, they're very good about being around and controlling it, and we've got our curbs marked where you can't park and you can park.
Thanks, Sharon.
And so, anyways.
Sir, you got 20 seconds.
Quoting from the report, the Saturday 24-hour and peak traffic generation data was not available for ITO code 490 pickleball court, ITE code 96 food truck, or 975 drinking bar. Thus, zeros were used for expected traffic flow, and average was strip retail 822. Yes, the report was approved by professional engineers. It is correct. It's using technique, but it grossly understates true traffic flow by using zeros for those ITE codes. Thank you for that comment.
All right, Marissa, do we have written comments?
We do.
Come on up.
So I'm actually going to read them from here.
Okay, great.
There's a lot, so bear with me.
I'm going to interject briefly here with this. There are some that I believe spoke as well as have written comments. So I don't know
There
how-
are,
I
so
don't know
their
how we
written
want to address
comments have
that.
been removed,
Okay,
and I will not read
awesome.
them.
Just in the interest of time, not to short anybody any time of speaking.
Barrett Shaw, 21018 Plum Ranch Road. I am against this revival project in Garden Ridge. Sharon Blackwell, 9303 Berean Way. I am a resident of Garden Ridge Estates, and my home is located less than half of a mile from the proposed location for the subject property on 2252. Being one of about 70 homes within this half-mile diameter, I believe that my concerns should be heard and considered, as this will directly impact my quality of life. This is especially true when the proprietors of the establishment are tucked away at the end of Ramble Ridge, far from the impact of their Garden Ridge honky-tonk. Allow me to share a personal experience that might shed some light on the potential noise issues with the proposed establishment. Despite the Bluebonnet Palace being 1.75 miles away, I can hear their performances as if they were taking place in my neighbor's home. Every word and note reverberates in my backyard, which oddly enough is on the opposite side of my home from the direction of the Bluebonnet. Adding to this, not too long ago, the Garden Ridge Market Days began, and as a result, our same group of homeowners that fall within this same area wakes up to all sorts of garage sale festivities and midway hawkers, with unwanted music, the sounds of generators, vehicles, and voices just feet from our fence. While I understand that the proposed plan is for acoustic-only performances, I can't help but be skeptical. As we all know, there is no ordinance that governs this, and the establishment could easily choose to disregard this promise without facing any consequences. The term acoustic implies performances without electronic amplification, yet I suspect the reality will be quite different. I find it hard to believe that the performers will be without a microphone and speaker. A final note about the noise concerns. The proprietor mentioned such a performance that had been held in the past in Paul Davis Park without any complaints. Sure, that's once or twice a year. Do this several times a week, and let's see what the folks who live adjacent to the park think. I have several safety concerns involving the increased flow of in and out traffic near the Hickory Bend entrance to Garden Ridge Estates. We now have reputable establishments that primarily have 9 to 5 operations with a handful of visitors. The proposed venue, which is dependent upon a high volume of physically present patrons, will only serve to increase the number of vehicles in an area where it is already very difficult to exit. With no plans for a light at this intersection, I will not be surprised to see an increase in preventable accidents at this location. As a homeowner and taxpayer who lives just feet from the proposed site, I ask the council to decline the approval for a venue that will impact my daily life. Jennifer and Jason Pickett, 19423 Arrowwood Place. We are concerned about the outdoor entertainment venue/bar called The Revival proposed for Garden Ridge. Our concerns include alcohol consumption, noise. We already hear Bluebonnet Palace music late at night, and this would be much closer in proximity to Arrowwood Estates, and higher crime rate. The Revival is asking for 3 special use permits for the bar, pickleball courts, and food trucks. This type of venue does not fit our city's master plan or theme of being naturally home. We are requesting to disapprove the special use permits and this venue. Garden Ridge doesn't need to establish a precedent for bars and food trucks as part of our community. Gino Brabham, 21007 Plum Ranch Road. The Revival proposes to build a multi-purpose entertainment venue that will have an indoor/outdoor bar area. The bar will serve beer, wine, and mixed drinks. There will be inside and outside seating, televisions, outdoor fans, and heaters, as well as a stage for music to be played. As citizens of Garden Ridge, we are opposed to the introduction of Revival across from a subdivision in Garden Ridge. We have no problem with the Revival or any business coming to Garden Ridge if the services provided preserve the quality of life we have come to know and appreciate in Garden Ridge. However, to place this type of business outside of a subdivision, playing music and serving alcohol is not acceptable. We do not have to let you know all the reasons this is a bad idea, and if you lived in the first house as you entered Garden Ridge Estates off FM 2252, you would agree with our strong opposition to this action. As our elected officials, we depend on you to protect the rights of all citizens. The preservation of the quality of life in Garden Ridge is being threatened by this proposal for those citizens who will be adversely affected by the Revival. As you vote on this issue, please remember that you are on the City Council to protect all the citizens of Garden Ridge and not business. Patricia Cifelli, 9413 Magic Falls. I'm asking you to vote no to the proposed Revival establishment on 2252 across from the entrance to Garden Ridge Estates. I live on Magic Falls and can tell you we have enough noise with the train, as well as having to hear the music from Bluebonnet Palace. I feel that location should be for offices and indoor restaurants, boutiques. Hickory Bend/Magic Falls population is 90% older individuals, and many have major health issues. Noise contributes to sleep disturbances, which can cause increased health problems. We do not want this type of venue in our backyard. I feel this venue will increase crime rate in our area, as well as adding to traffic in our streets and distressing our pets and wildlife. This does not fit with Garden Ridge's motto of naturally home. Missy Lancy, 20515 Wall Lane. The city of Garden Ridge is long overdue for something like the Revival. A family-friendly venue is very much needed. I urge everyone to go check out the Treehouse on 46 before voting against the Revival. Tracy Boren, 22111 Cristobal Drive. I am in favor and all about the Revival. Kirsten Bates, 20085 Hoya Lane. I would like to express my support for the Revival being built in Garden Ridge. This will be a great place for the community and the families in the community. The people building it are very responsible and community supportive. I support it being built in our city. Astrid and Steve Wisser, 9902 Catherine Glen. I am writing to express my hope that our city will grant the Revival its permits. Throughout our land master plan discussions and questionnaires, the most common request was for a venue similar to the Revival, a family-friendly space where people of all ages can come together and enjoy themselves. We are optimistic that the council will consider these requests and take necessary steps to make this vision a reality. Brian and Jacqueline Bolke, 8415 Orchard Glen. We support this establishment. Nicole Spillman, 5429 Flutter Lane. I am employed in the Garden Ridge area, and I feel that we need a family-friendly place to have fun and relax in. I believe that the Revival would be beneficial to the Garden Ridge community. I would fully support this small local business if it opened in this area. Lauren Karanko, 1324 Fern Avenue. Although I live in the New Braunfels area, I work in the Garden Ridge area. The Fishers are amazing people and such an amazing family. They are humble, caring, and always willing to lend a helping hand. The Revival would be a place that the Fishers can take these qualities and share them with the Garden Ridge community. I know that the Revival would be a place for all age levels to hang out at. I think it would be an amazing addition to the Garden Ridge community. You have my vote for the Revival and so many others. Again, I think it would be an amazing change for the Garden Ridge community, and it'll bring everyone together. Mark Hashir, 20914 Misty Arbor. I am against them using shipping containers. Stone, masonry, or stucco have always been and should continue to be required for exterior construction. Dave and Linda Heyer, 9185 Garden Ridge Drive. Please count both of us as supporters of the family fun venue, the Revival. Garden Ridge is a city that promotes positive entertainment, and this venue and the great citizens who are hoping to create it deserve applause and not such hate. Goodness knows we all could benefit from the wholesome atmosphere it will provide. Thank you for providing the opportunities to support such an effort. Jim Scribner, 20059 Buckhead Lane. As a resident of the city for 18 years, I am in favor of the project being allowed to go forward. We have been long overdue for entertainment and food venues in and near our city. We appreciate the commitment that the investors are making in this city as well. Catherine McMendez, 9416 Goldenrod Lane. I live here in Garden Ridge and am in support of the revival. Jerry Palinuk, 9309 Gardenia Bend. Unfortunately, the business corridor of FM 2252 has been transformed into an unsightly collection of sheet metal buildings. The 2 to 3 mile corridor is being populated by fireworks stands, a liquor store, used car lot, and a wide variety of other businesses that are not characteristic of our community. The Bracken Saloon is the epitome of how far our neighboring communities have strayed from the building standards that we expect in our residential areas. Additionally, we regularly see unsightly feather banners soliciting business. As expected, these marketing tools degrade into tattered eyesores. To their credit, we have businesses that have honored our community vision, Voller Law Firm, Garden Ridge Dentistry, and First United Bank, to name a few. These businesses invested in attractive buildings and facades to honor the culture of Garden Ridge. Those buildings are an enhancement to the city of Garden Ridge. The proposed Revival entertainment venue has provided no written evidence that they will build a facility that will be compatible with surrounding buildings that have brick and stone facades and adequate paved parking. The lack of information on how this business will actually appear and operate is concerning. We have heard verbal assurances and trust us responses to questions that have been posed. Obviously, a venue that will incorporate shipping containers in their vision is troubling and will perpetuate the unsightly businesses that are marking FM 2252. To their credit, the Garden Ridge Planning and Zoning Commission disapproved the food truck concept at the Revival. I encourage you to endorse their recommendation and then disapprove remaining permit applications. I urge you to continue to carefully evaluate the potential adverse impact this venue could have on our community. I'm confident that none of us want to plant an unsightly entertainment venue that does not reflect our community's standards. Gina Ballard. My husband and I raised our girls in George Ranch, eventually moving down the road to Ramble Ridge. Our girls grew up playing in Paul Davis Park, learned to swim at Forest Waters Club, and went to GRES and Canyon schools. Garden Ridge is our home. When we built out in Ramble Ridge 10 years ago, we met a couple of neighbors, the Mulkey and Fisher families. While they are not our very close friends, they are easy people to love. In all these years of living down the street from them, we have only observed kind, caring behavior. Both families have hosted parties over the years, and there has never been a noise or parking issue. We see the Fisher boys outside all the time, playing down at the park or in their yard with some of the neighbor friends. They always wave and smile. They are always respectful. The Mulkey kids have been driving for several years now and also wave, take care with their speed, and are just great kids. The parents themselves are very invested in the Garden Ridge community. Eric Fisher owns a business in Garden Ridge. His wife Mary teaches at Garden Ridge Elementary. Both families go to church at OLPH, a church attended by many Garden Ridge residents. And both families are 100% invested in Davenport High School, where Braden Mulkey just graduated with honors and played varsity baseball, and the Fisher boys are involved in theater and athletics as well. It is families like the Mulkeys and the Fishers who are helping to make Davenport an exemplary high school, and it's families like theirs who continue to make Garden Ridge a wonderful place to live. I can tell you that these families will be respectful of the Garden Ridge community and of the homes near the site of their proposed business, the Revival. The place they are dreaming of will be a place where Garden Ridge families can gather together and have a lot of fun in a lot of different ways. It's not a concert venue. It's not a roadhouse. It's a family hangout. The only danger I anticipate is the lure of great smelling food and the sound of a guitar strumming. They are thoughtful people, and they have put a lot of thought into their business. They have beautiful homes out here in Ramble Ridge with well-kept yards that fit into the natural look of the Texas Hill Country. Anything they build will be in good taste and will be well presented. As my husband and I get older, with one girl in college and the oldest having graduated, it gives us a lot of happiness to hear the soft sounds of the families in our neighborhood. We are blessed to know the Fisher and Mulkey families and firmly believe that Garden Ridge will be blessed with anything they propose or build. I hope that the permits will be approved and that this exciting project can begin. Thomas Bailey, 9604 Azalea Circle. I would prefer not having the Revival or any other bar in Garden Ridge. simply because I don't want a drunk on our streets. We already have enough. Let them drink water and eat cake. Meg Klossel, 8909 Sonata Court. I am writing today to express my support for the revival. This is something our community needs. The only gathering spot that addresses the entire family is Raptitude. The revival would be a great place for families to meet. The kids would have fun. There will be stuff for the teenagers and young adults as well. There is also fun for the adults. I personally know Eric Fisher and his lovely wife, Mary. They are admired by all who know them. They put family first and absolutely would plan the revival to be the best thing to come to Garden Ridge. Angie Cooper, 20505 Wall Lane. I live here and I am for it. Brian Cooper, 20505 Wall Lane. I like this idea, I am for it. Darren and Rachel Richardson, 8920 Bent Brook Drive. We wholeheartedly support Eric and the revival. Please move forward with this fantastic opportunity for the residents of Garden Ridge. Kenneth Smith Jr., 19435 Arrowwood Place. The following are quotes from the city's 2018 Master Land Use Plan. To preserve the natural environment and unique community character, a cohesive vision for the remaining land within Garden Ridge, providing the path to a better quality of life with sustainable, efficient, and quality development, creating unique places that fit with the current character of the community, preserving the unique history and small town feel of the community. This plan provides policymakers the vision and tools to ensure that Garden Ridge remains attractive and vibrant moving into the future, maintaining the community character, maintaining its unique quality of life, develop the vacant areas to the highest potential in a quality manner, maintain the community character of the city through natural protection and design guidelines. Non-residential development should be aesthetically appealing and fit into the fabric of the community. The Master Land Use Plan identifies the area where the revival is proposed as Special Planning Area Number 3. It says, "It is important that there is a cohesive vision for this area to ensure that quality development occurs." It continues, "This will ensure that all the buildings fit into the community character of Garden Ridge." I believe that the city's Master Land Use Plan for development of Garden Ridge clearly establishes the right sentiment for development of our city. The common themes throughout are maintaining the city's character, providing appealing designs, and preserving the qualities that we all enjoy living in this city. We are certainly in favor of the city's efforts to increase tax revenue, but it falls on the shoulders of our city leadership to carefully vet business proposals to ensure our unique character is preserved. I personally do not believe the current proposal, as presented by the developers of the revival, preserves our unique character. A bar and outdoor music venue, while attractive to many people, will open the door to similar venues which will degrade our city's character. This business will only increase the busy traffic on FM 2252, will increase the opportunity for impaired drivers on our streets, and will have negative effects on our sound and light pollution. The use of old shipping containers for a building, in my opinion, does not match the designs envisioned by the Land Use Planning Committee. I live about a quarter of a mile from this proposed site. I am worried about the potential noise that will be produced by an outdoor music venue. I understand that the revival developers are claiming that the music will be acoustic in nature. As a musician myself, this type of music still will require microphones and amplification. Bass, drums, and voice amplification will carry long distances. As anyone who lives along FM 2252 will tell you, the music from the Blue Bonnet venue located several miles from Garden Ridge can still be heard at our homes. One question for the developers: have they considered the effect that the loud train whistles will have on performers? That noise alone is already hard to cope with for residents, let alone for an artist who is trying to perform less than 1/10 of a mile from a railroad crossing. The revival is not a good fit for our city. I encourage our city managers to vote no on the revival proposal. Please keep our city the quiet and beautiful bedroom community that it is. Sharon Harvey, 9303 Berean Way. Sadly, it doesn't seem like very many people care much about the citizens who have homes and pay taxes in the immediate area of the proposed site. Those of us in Garden Ridge Estates must already contend with the marketplace directly across from our fence. I was at the Planning and Zoning meeting, and I can't help but laugh because one of the ladies supporting this revival told the committee that she moved from Garden Ridge Estates to Ramble Ridge because of the increased traffic in Garden Ridge. Seems like quite a few residents of Ramble Ridge are campaigning for this establishment. Why not build it there then? As for not bringing traffic, everyone is going to drive to this place, especially those living in Ramble Ridge. So yes, the traffic will indeed increase to our neck of the woods. So too bad for those of us who can't afford to move. We just sit back and allow this. I've also heard repeatedly that kids need a place to go. Well, if this is indeed with the kids in mind, why are they serving alcohol? I was under the impression that Garden Ridge had a master plan. The drawing I saw when I purchased this home did not include shipping container buildings. Are we now allowing metal structures in our pretty community? It would be sad to see Garden Ridge go the way of Bracken. As I've stated on previous occasions, I am not opposed to commercial growth. I am opposed to eyesores and noise pollution. As 2252 widens, this area will indeed become more popular, and I would hope that some pretty restaurants and retailers would be more than happy to abide by our master plan building codes. Paul Jimenez, 27706 Sunny Point. I am in full support of the Revival development. While I understand some of my neighbors being concerned about change, the fact of the matter is that our area is ripe for growth, and it is coming no matter what. People need to come to grips with that reality. We live in a little bubble on top of the nation's fastest growing city. People continue to flee San Antonio and other large cities for Garden Ridge and surrounding Comal County. They demand services and want to be entertained nearby so they don't have to go back into San Antonio. This area is going to change. There is no doubt about that. I've even heard that Highway 46 is the next Loop 1604. If that plays out, we are in for massive change. So the question is, do you want development from out-of-town people who have no vested interest in our area? These folks may want to build apartments. Don't believe me? Look at what's happening off 281 north at the border of Bexar and Comal County. Our schools are desirable and score very well with HUD, which will provide affordable housing tax credits to willing apartment developers. And these tax incentives can be quite lucrative. Have you seen the number of apartments along 1604? How stressed will our natural resources be if apartments pop up all along FM 2252? Water quality and quantity could be affected. And what about electricity? Apartments with 500 to 700 units use a lot of electricity. Or what about a bunch of fast food joints? We could look just like the Perrin Bidle or parts of Naco Road in San Antonio. Out-of-town developers do not care. They build, make their money, and leave. They don't live here. They do not care about our quality of life or the impact their development has on us. Or do you want development from our neighbors? People who have lived here for years, raised their kids here, own businesses here, and who care about this corner of the world that we all call home. Because as I said, growth and change are coming. We can protect our area by allowing our neighbors to invest in our community. This is not going to be a rowdy bar with amped up live music. This is not going to be some dump of a place. It is going to be a legacy establishment built for our neighbors by our neighbors. It will be a great place for us to gather and enjoy each other and our families. This is the type of development we should all embrace. I ask council for your support, and I hope that when it's all said and done, we will all be sitting around a table at the Revival talking about how this was a great community decision to allow our neighbors to invest in our community. Crystal Antosh, 20802, Woodland Cove. As a resident of Garden Ridge, I support the development of the Revival. Sherilyn Kraus, 19522 Creekview Oaks. First of all, thank you to the City Council for continuing to search for appropriate businesses to enhance the quality of life for citizens of Garden Ridge. Businesses that fit the master plan are to be welcomed and encouraged. Unfortunately, the Revival Bar and Entertainment venue does not match the master plan that Garden Ridge worked so diligently and spent so much money to create. The facade may be stone and stucco, but the rest of the structure is to be made of shipping containers. No other building in Garden Ridge has been approved to be made of shipping containers because that look and construction style does not fit the master plan. Last fall, a group of concerned citizens knocked on doors to inform the residents that a bar and entertainment venue had been proposed across the street from their neighborhoods. Almost all of these residents had not even heard about it yet. We collected 221 signatures on the petition asking City Council to vote no to this venue. All of these signatures can be verified as Garden Ridge residents. Most of these signatures were presented to City Council at the December 2023 meeting. The additional signatures collected since then are being presented today. The Revival also set up a petition for people to sign in support of the venue. However, this petition is online with no address verification. To be relevant, petition signatures should include a verifiable Garden Ridge address. This is necessary to prevent people from outside Garden Ridge from participating and influencing happenings in Garden Ridge because it doesn't affect them. Concerns voiced by residents include noise from the music, the crowds, and the pickleball courts. The Revival says the music will be acoustic, but there will still be amps and microphones aimed toward, not away, from neighborhoods. Another concern voiced by citizens is the potential for increased crime coming to our city. Studies show the evidence is overwhelming that crime does increase whenever a bar comes to an area. This is especially concerning for those who live directly across the street from this proposed venue. A simple Google search shows that a majority of research suggests a positive association between bars and violent crime. A National Library of Medicine study found that all types of crimes increased approximately 4% for every 20% increase in the number of bars in the area. AlcoholPolicyMD.com presents a list of multiple studies demonstrating how the number of bars negatively affects an area regarding crime. Other concerns include increased traffic. Yes, this is happening in our area with or without this venue, but a bar adds to the potential for drunk drivers as well. Another factor to consider is the heat we experience here in South Texas. June, July, August, and September are brutally hot months. Some years the heat even begins in May and doesn't end until October. In fact, we have already experienced triple-digit temperatures this year. Then January and February are often cold and rainy. It seems doubtful that customers will want to sit outside in such heat or cold, much less play pickleball on a regular basis. A business that depends so much on pleasant temperatures and good weather will most likely struggle to draw enough business to be profitable. Julie Trial, 7827 Garden North Drive. I am in full support of the venue, The Revival. I love the idea of this family-friendly gathering place in our community. My husband and I have lived in the Garden Ridge area since 2008. We have 2 children who attend Garden Ridge Elementary School. We love living in this community, and I find it the best place to raise our children. Like many other families, we are always on the lookout for a place we can hang out, socialize, and more importantly, bring our kids along with us. The development and building of The Revival would for sure check that box for us and would only add to the greatness of our community. It would be so tremendous for my husband and I to be able to take our children to a safe venue where we can socialize with our friends, eat good food, listen to music, and watch our children play. It doesn't get much more naturally home than that. The reason I can say I fully support the development of The Revival is because I have read the facts about the development and master plan. I have zero concerns about noise pollution, light pollution, decrease in property values, or increase in crime. Not even a concern for the possibility of a potential increase in crime. No concerns in the slightest of any kind. In summary, I am for The Revival. I feel as though this community-focused development would only add to the positive small-town feel of the city of Garden Ridge. Laura Bott, 20887 Misty Arbor. I have been a resident of this town for 17 years, and I support building The Revival in Garden Ridge. I think it would be a great addition to our community and look forward to spending time there with my family, friends, and neighbors. Valerie Kleckler, 9327 Gardenia Bend Drive. I have lived in Garden Ridge for 25 years. We raised 2 sons here, and I taught at Comal Elementary and Garden Ridge Elementary until I retired in 2013. I fully support The Revival and the families putting it together for our community. I would much rather have these Garden Ridge families put in this venue than some outside group who could care less about our community. We can't stop growth, but we can support small businesses and the good people who want to improve our choices of what is built here. Marina Hockley, 19906 Wildcrest. On Election Day, I had the pleasure of speaking with Councilman Reyes and his wife. We were surprised to realize that even though 2 of our kids went to school and graduated together, that we had never met. We live just a few miles from each other and our paths have never crossed. We talked about how it would be nice to have more opportunities to know our neighbors like we do on First Fridays. The Revival would provide those opportunities. Garden Ridge would be lucky to have a small, locally owned venue that is a safe space for the community to come together, relax, and mingle. Instead of driving miles to other cities, we could finally enjoy weekends in our own beautiful town with our friends and neighbors. The Revival has my family's support, and we hope it has the council's support as well. Jana Williams, 19418 Arrowwood. We would like to express our opposition to the proposed Revival venue along 2252. Due to an aesthetically unpleasing structure, this type of venue drastically deviates from the original vision Garden Ridge had proposed for the city's master plan. Moreover, the majority of citizens living in Garden Ridge are older and would rather entertain from their beautiful homes or existing park. Respectfully, a venue of this kind only benefits the proprietor and some people from our surrounding area, which will eventually be recognized as a fading fad. Moreover, being exposed to additional environmental stressors such as noise from loudspeakers, loud voices, increased traffic flow, coupled with the existing noises from the Bluebonnet Palace, will only cause elevated stress levels to the citizens along FM 2252. Additionally, this venue's peak hours will probably operate during the coolest part of the day, which conflicts with the citizens of this community attempting to enjoy their outdoor investments. Therefore, we urge this council to consider the potential negative psychological and physical environmental impact this could have on its citizens and support the overwhelming opposition to this matter by voting no. Shauna Erdley, 20807 Glen Cove. I'm a Garden Ridge resident and our family has lived here for 15 years. I am writing in support of the revival and encourage you to grant the necessary permits for them to begin building. My husband and I have grown 3 young adults who still live at home. Our community needs more family-friendly environment spots like the revival. When my kids were younger and into their adolescent years, we spent a lot of money outside of Garden Ridge as there were very few places to enjoy a meal and live music anywhere near where we live. I'd much rather put that money back into our community. The revival will be a lovely and needed addition to our city, and our family is in full support of this business. Steve Stedman, 20011 Hickory Bend. In 2017, the City of Garden Ridge adopted a master land use plan to establish the desired uses and ideal locations for future development. The number 1 goal stated in the plan is to protect existing residential neighborhoods. The number 2 goal is to develop the vacant areas to the highest potential in a quality manner. The plan describes special planning area number 3 as FM 2252 retail, where this proposed development lies, and states the importance of a cohesive vision for any development to ensure that quality development occurs. It goes on further to note that zoning ordinances should require certain design standards. While example of the types of development in this area include restaurants with outdoor seating and patio areas, the vision illustration and examples of other business, shops, offices, etc., would include enclosed buildings consistent with the existing businesses along 2252. Comparisons of the proposed development to a Willys have been made. Willys has an enclosed structure along with outdoor seating. Such a building would be more consistent with the look and feel of the neighboring structures as opposed to the open-air structure that has been proposed. Other comparisons have been made that this development is similar to Raptitude, which is closer in look and feel with the vision documents that have been shared to date. A better location for this development would be closer to Raptitude and not adjacent to neighborhoods. The developers have described this as an entertainment and recreation venue. Residents that will be most impacted by the potential noise and other issues surrounding this establishment that have been expressed previously are opposed to this development. Those residents that are for the development seem to reside far from 2252. I urge the council to consider the number 1 goal of the master land use plan: protect the neighborhoods, particularly those closest to 2252. If the council believes that entertainment venues are a desirable addition to Garden Ridge, I urge them to consider identifying an entertainment district or area where businesses such as this and Raptitude could be located. For the reasons outlined above, I urge the council to deny all of the special use permits. Tim Sturman, 9404 Gardenia Bend Drive. Please vote no to the exceptions being requested for the revival. We have rules in place to help keep Garden Ridge a nice place to live. Why would we want to break them by making exceptions for a food truck and a building made out of storage containers where alcohol is served? It is important to vote no because the people who actually live here don't want this. The only people who I've heard speak positively about this issue are non-residents. They have motives contrary to city residents. If people want to drink and party, they could go down to the bar in Bracken. We don't want to bring that environment into Garden Ridge. Studies have shown that crime rates go up in the immediate vicinity of bars in residential neighborhoods. This could start us down the path of unsavory business. Think tattoo parlors, payday loan companies, and the like. Tied to this is the concern of falling home values. Once we start allowing undesirable commercial enterprises into the city, home values could drop. Please keep Garden Ridge naturally home by voting no. I would also like to state, so that's the last comment that I'm going to read. I did receive some that was after 4 p.m. today, but since that is after the deadline, those were not read and they're not included.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. With that, we will close the public hearing at 8:14 p.m. And we'll move on to 1.2, discuss and take action. So, council, this is your time to talk about it. And to save Brian as the rookie from going first, we'll start down here. Kelly, you're up.
Okay. So from day one that I put in my application to run for city council, one of the first things that people came to me about is when are we going to get a venue here in Garden Ridge that's family-oriented, a family environment. Somebody even referenced the treehouse. Why can't we have something like that here? And that was before I even stepped foot in this chair. And from that day on, from the day that I was sworn in, I get numerous phone calls. I get numerous inquisitions at the schools when I'm, picking up kids or I'm at an event for kids is when is this going to come to fruition? When is this going to come to fruition? I have not had one person come up and say, I don't want this. And I'm being completely honest. I have not had one person come up to me and say, I hope you vote no. I hope this doesn't happen. And that's point number one for me. And I understand the concerns from the neighborhoods across the street. I understand that. Bluebonnet, from the sound, they have multiple megawatt speakers that those bands set up. Those are professional concert bands. I live all the way at the end of Tonkawa Pass, and I can hear it plain as day. But what I hear more is the noise from the trucks, the semis, the people on their motorcycles that, think they're stuntmen flying down down 2252, and it's even louder than Bluebonnet. And heck, sometimes I have my music in my backyard. I just turn the music off and I sit back and listen to the music they have out there. But I understand the concern of the neighborhoods across the street. I wholeheartedly think that you're going to hear. I think you'll still hear Bluebonnet above Mr. Fisher's venue. I still think that the traffic will be louder and it will drown out any sound that would come from there. Just my opinion. Guys, we have a very special city, and I think everybody in here agrees on that. And we have a very special circumstance. We have our own residents who have, and I was just in a meeting today with Lisa, and we were talking about, we have a very special situation that we have our own residents wanting to invest in our own city. And when people, and I know Eric's in marketing, so I know when a business is around, when somebody's formulating a business idea, they don't just pop up a business and assume that, that's gonna be great. It's gonna, I'll just pop something up and I don't care if it's needed or not. I would guarantee that a lot of people had approached him and wanting a venue like this, like they did with me. And so, that's called market research. And I'm assuming that they've done their due diligence in market research. Is there a need? Yes, there is a need. I would love to sit at a place with my family and hang out. And by the way, get some exercise. Play pickleball. Oh my gosh. That's the new, that's the new rage. And I think that'll be a great venue for people. I had a lot of points to talk about tonight. Sales tax, guys, we can't survive just on personal property taxes. The city cannot survive. We have to bring in sales tax. And I would rather well, and let me, one of these days, none of us are going to be on this, at this dais, right? And what's going to happen is, if Eric gets turned down, he's probably going to sell his property. A large investment company is going to come in, and next thing you know, we'll have a McDonald's, okay? I don't think anybody here wants a McDonald's, okay? And that's what happens. That's what happens when, you know, with local residents that can't invest in their own city. But we have Mr. Fisher's family, and we have other families here that are trying to find their way to figure out what they can put here and be responsible about it. And like I said, that he's in marketing, so I don't see how your event place would not somehow be a very marketable place, right? And no matter what decision we make tonight, we're going to make some people upset, and some people are you know, it won't be upset. So it's you know, it's unfortunate for us. We have a tough decision. And I have other points, but I'd like to hear what the rest of our council has to say.
Thanks, Kelly. Lisa?
So to just piggyback off of what Kelly was saying about the unique opportunity we have with locals wanting to invest in their own community, I would add to that one of the things that Kelly and I also talked today was about the city needing to develop partnerships with the developers and the landowners, you know, to have those open relationships. And I mean, I trust that if there was an issue, that, you know, the city felt there was an issue, that we could go to the Fishers and the Mulkeys and talk about it, where if there was somebody that was investing from outside of Garden Ridge, we wouldn't have that same kind of relationship. You know, there are, when we look at this, there's a list of regulations. So a specific use permit, it means that that particular thing, in this case, you know, bar, amusement, food truck, retail park, is allowed in that area, but it requires a little bit of additional approval from the council. And, you know, looking at this list, I think, you know, that I'm satisfied that they, you know, that it's going to be okay, that what they're building is going to fit within what our specific permit regulations are. I will note that on here, one of them, and it's one that y'all have brought up a lot, is protection against negative effects of noise, glare, and lighting on the character of the neighborhood, protective screening, and open space. And my position on that is, and again, I live in Wildwind, I hear the gun range, I don't hear Bluebonnet, I hear the trains, right? That's just part of living here in some ways. But what I'm not hearing or seeing any of the plans is that this is going to be a rock venue, that it's going to be a concert venue. It's a family. I mean, I don't know how many times, you know, Mr. Fisher has said this. It's a family venue that will also have an ice cream shop and a barber shop, pickleball courts, a playground. You know, they are not, in my opinion, they aren't looking to build something rowdy for, you know, single people to go hang out and get drunk at. I mean, they're looking for a place where families can go and connect with each other, grab something to eat, something to drink, an ice cream, play on the lawn. That's close to home. And they're willing to make that investment in Garden Ridge, and I appreciate that. And I completely understand the noise concerns, but it's also, they're a little bit, there's a lot of what ifs there, a lot of supposing that this is going to be like Bluebonnet when it's not set up to be like Bluebonnet. Tracy Blackwell spoke first, and she got a lot of grief when she was building her building at Tonkawa in 2252. And I dare say that, you know, most of the fears that people had were unfounded. You know, she is not, you know, throwing rowdy parties and, you know, being a general menace. You know, I mean, I think we sometimes get ourselves all worked up with the worst case scenario, without really going back and looking at, okay, what am I seeing here? And what I'm seeing here is a small outdoor stage with the ability for some live music. So those are some of my thoughts. And Nancy, I wanted to ask you, so I'm hearing a lot about noise, and I'm hearing a lot about aesthetics. So as far as our design standards, can you speak to those a little bit about what a builder can and cannot do? And
the city can no longer control building materials. Right. We cannot mandate that a structure be 90% masonry. So we can no longer control those standards.
Right, right. And that's of a couple of years ago? Was that not this last session before? 2019. So 2019.
Yeah, about 2019.
Yeah, 2019. Mm-hmm. So as a city, there's not, a whole lot we can do in that area. So again, back to the partnerships and the trust and, working together on something that's going to be beneficial to the city. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Lisa. Jesse?
Okay. First of all, thank you for all the residents that spoke either way. There's a good balance between against and for, both verbal here and also written. I've had a lot of comments, reach me directly. Most of those were negative. But, I want to address some of those issues that were brought up today and in the past. Traffic. In traffic, no matter what kind of business we're going to have, we're trying to encourage business growth in 2252. We're going to have increased traffic. Whether it's this bar, whether it's a boutique, a restaurant, it's going to increase no matter what. 2252 is going to help a lot in this situation with the expansion of that to go to 4 lanes with a concrete median. Like was said earlier, you can only turn right from 2252 and turn right exiting. If you need to turn around, you have to either go to Hickory Bend or Bat Cave to make the loop around. That's where the turnarounds are going to be. Yeah, so it's going to be just like 3009. It's going to be very limited to where you can turn around and what you can do. So traffic, it's going to be handled with that expansion. Noise, we did talk about noise ordinance 139, and there's some concerns about how strict it is and everything. We may need to revisit it, to see how, if there's does it need to be tweaked or anything. So I'm be willing to look at that. Lighting, ordinance 13 handles lighting requirements. We have dark skies, requirements in here. All lighting must point down. So those are requirements that's in our ordinance. Crime, it's hard to predict what crime could do, and I'll let maybe Brian talk about that since he's in the law enforcement. Somebody mentioned lower home values. Well, the market tends to drive that, not what's around there. In our case, when Davenport was built, our property values went up, so a lot. Taxes are outrageous right now, so as everybody knows. So we don't know the impact on that. The market trend, COVID had a lot of impact on that, so I don't know about how much value I put on that. Building materials, I want to mention that too, that Lisa brought up. And that was based on our state legislators that approved the law that state municipalities cannot regulate building materials. You actually have to use what's been in the building code, the last 3 versions of the building code, and those codes are revised every 3 years. So you can go back 9 years or 10 years. If the material was in there, we cannot restrict it. And I was in the process of rewriting Ordinance 13, or Ordinance 1301 did require masonry and things like that. And when we were writing it, the new one, that's where this came up. That had to be changed in our ordinance and removed all those requirements that had to come out. So, again, thank your legislators for that, not us. Yes, I've heard a lot of things about the master land use plans, and I even used that as a discussion at one time. But the thing is, we developed the Ordinance 13 the new Ordinance 13 to handle the requirements. And if you looked at the master land use plans, it could be interpreted different ways. I bet all 6 of us up here could come up with a different interpretation of what that is. So, I guess that Ordinance 13 is really what governs what we have and, where we go from there. I've tried hard to remove my personal opinion from this and just use what's legal and what's not. So I'm trying to do that. So I respect everybody's comments, whether you are against it or approve it, and I'll vote accordingly, what I feel, based on all this issues here. So I know it's gonna be like Kelly said, there's gonna be some happy, some not happy, no matter what we decide. So we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Todd?
It's funny, as you go down the line here, everything I was thinking about talking about has almost been covered. That said, they've met the legal requirements. Unlike Kelly, I have had people approach me in the negative for it. They weren't all for it. And some very, very good discussions and some very valid points made. And I don't know, the terminology is going to sound a little bit strange here, but sometimes I think we have a solution looking for a problem. We don't have a problem with it yet. We talk about the noise ordinance. Well, we can always revisit that, and if there's a problem, sorry, Eric, we're going to change the ordinance and you're going to have problems with it. I don't see that happening. One of the concerns that also has come up that was mentioned to me by people, and ties into the sound part of this, is with the community event there at the church. Well, maybe we need to take a look at that. Maybe that's gotten too big and maybe that's gotten too loud. That's a possibility. I know that's not part of this discussion, so I can't talk about that anymore. That said, I've gotten a whole bunch of emails about this, and I know we've got a petition running around with a couple of 100 signatures on it, those kind of things. I'd like to see that. Overwhelmingly, the current score on my email that people that emailed me privately is 86-6. That's 86 for and 6 against. Even if I subtract out the people who don't live in the city of Garden Ridge, it's about 43-6. That's just a snapshot. That doesn't mean that the overwhelming viewpoint of the people of the city is for or against this. I think we're seeing tonight it's probably 50-50. And that's then where we have to vote our conscience on what we think is the best move for the city. I'd hate to see us repeat mistakes that were made in the past and end up having outside entities taking over portions of the city and developing it as they see fit, as opposed to doing it with somebody that's local. So I'll leave my thoughts with that.
Thank you, Todd. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank everyone for being here today at Spoken, the residents, non-residents, and obviously the vendors. I've also had people talk negatively to me about this venue, some positive, but more negative. I want to just say something real quick, that this is a very important and difficult decision for me and for all of us, because as those of you that have known me, I'm both pro-business and I want to do what's best to help and support the citizens of this great community. I know the city and the representatives from the Revival and the community have been discussing this business for years. It's only unfortunate that I am coming onto this council at the back end of all of this, of all these discussions. However, as I had stated on my campaign platform, I will do my research and homework on every issue. As I had stated that, I have done the best to research this. I would like the residents to know that I've done my homework by reading, researching, looking at our rules and laws, talking with city residents, city officials, and taking everything into consideration with a totality of the circumstances mindset. That's a legal term. So I guess going down the items of what some of the council members have brought and talked about, I see some of the concerns and issues. First was the meeting of the master land plan, the comprehensive plan. I have to agree with Councilman Jesse here that it is open for interpretation. A lot of us can determine a different side of what we're reading from it. I know that it doesn't specifically mention this venue, with the restaurants, outdoor seating, patios, but again, I know it's open for interpretation. I also know there was concerns about the noise, the light, the traffic, and crime. I will say, going back to what some of the other council members have stated, we do have noise ordinances. I looked at some of the noise ordinances. It does mention the noise being at 60 decibels. I do know that if it goes above that, that's a violation of the city ordinance. I looked at the light ordinance. And going back to the noise ordinance, it's under section, it's 139, section 5, noises prohibited, E and F 14, and section 7, enforcement A. Under reference light ordinance 13, it's section 2.0610, lighting A12 and B1 and C1, BC, where it states that lights must be turned off at 10 p.m. Under reference ordinance 13, 2.0707, specific use permit regulations and procedures, C1 and AF. I will say that traffic, and that's another thing that was brought up on the traffic. I do know that the lane expansion of 2252 is going to cause some issues there. But just like with every city that's had expansions or anything with traffic, it's just part of what happens when you're involved with that. I know that I read something about a traffic light being put at 2252 in Batcave to alleviate some of the traffic out there as well. I know there's concerns of that, about being traffic in and out of that area. I guess also looking at this from again, from a holistic approach, not just from a one side. I like to take everything in. I weigh everything, right? I've told everybody this when I ran. I got to say that I don't think we're going to be able to stop the traffic that's going to be around that area because other cities around us are building. I know when my family and I lived here 6 years ago, it wasn't as big as it is now, the traffic that is, but it's growing. And it isn't really that's Gardner Ridge that's growing. It's it's Schertz, it's Selma, it's these cities around us, and that's what I believe is probably already causing us traffic headaches. So I don't think that's going to stop whether the revival is here or not. Now, I will say, going back to the concerns with crime, I'm not a genie, right? If I knew if I could predict the future, I wouldn't be doing this. I probably would have bought a lottery ticket, and y'all wouldn't have seen me anymore because I would have gotten the numbers right. But I will say this: based on my experience, you will have more calls for service because you have another venue now. Now, do I know if that equates to more crime? Again, I don't know. I know you will have more calls for service, which could be crime-related, or they could be non-crime-related. I don't know. But there will be more calls for service because there's another location that's been built. It's seen anytime you see a place built in any city. Now, I will let you know that I've spoken to city officials, I've spoken to the chief, and I have their guarantees that Gardner Ridge Police will enforce noise, loud music ordinance, light ordinance, and any crime-related issues. That's what they have to do, and they're going to do it. I also know that, and I've seen on prior planning and zoning meetings where both the owners for this venue, the Revival, have stated on camera that they will abide by our ordinances. And I will say that I think, again, looking at this from a holistic approach, I think that if the concern is the lighting and the noise, it sounds to me like, and I've seen this where there is 3 types of ways that council can go on this. It's approve, deny, and isn't there approve with conditions? Maybe there's a recommendation made to ensure that we keep the times a certain time or a certain decimal before, I'm sorry, we have designated hours for businesses, for music and the light to minimize any discomfort of the neighborhood. So again, going on, my last point is that the venue states that it's a community event for families and neighborhood and not a concert venue. So, and that's all I had to say, Mayor, on that. Thank you for allowing me the time.
Thanks, Brian. Good job. All right, council, I have a couple of comments before we move on. This is an unofficial tally of in favor or opposed during the public hearing. As far as people speaking, I had 9 in favor, 7 opposed, 1 didn't state opposed or in favor. And then as far as written comments go, I had 22 in favor and opposed of 13. So that's unofficial. I may have missed a couple in there. So it wasn't necessarily 50-50. All right, as far as action goes, this SUP passed Planning and Zoning Commission with a majority vote. So we have 3 options. Brian, you alluded to it just now. You can approve with condition or conditions, or you can deny. So those are the 3 options. I don't know that conditions, I mean, we could put a condition in there specifically talking about noise, but we already have an ordinance, 139, that handles that for us. So like Todd mentioned, if we need to go back later on for whatever reason to relook at ordinance 39, we can easily do that. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. So either approve with conditions, or deny. So with that in mind, does anybody have a motion?
Is that the recommendation? Is that how this one
Yeah.
works? Okay.
That would work.
I move to accept the recommendation of Planning and Zoning and allow restaurant or cafeteria, bar, tavern to be allowed.
Okay, we have a motion to approve what planning and zoning recommended to us, which is to allow this specific use permit for number 1. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll call it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that specific use permit number 1 passes. Now we will go on to item number 2, amusement, commercial outdoors, to be allowed up to 4 pickleball courts on premises. And 2.1 will hold a public hearing. We're going to open that public hearing at 8:40. And do we have anybody that wishes to come speak specifically about the pickleball courts?
I don't have any negatives about pickleball. Can I address this specific
We are talking about pickleball courts, and sir, you've already spent your time.
So you can't just in generic, nothing
Right.
specific. Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you, though. Thanks for asking the question. Anybody else want to discuss pickleball courts specifically? Okay, Marissa, do you have any written comments?
I read all of the written comments in the first public hearing since none of them were really specific to any of the public hearings.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, with nobody wanting to speak and no written comments, we'll close the public hearing at 8:41. And then open it up for council and discussion. And I apologize, Mr. Fisher, I didn't give you the opportunity to speak specifically with this specific use permit. Do you have something you want to say to council before we start talking?
Just on the pickleball courts, I know that the sports courts, they do have the 10 o'clock ordinance to have the lights down, and all the lights are hooded and facing down in compliance with that. So I just wanted to let y'all know that we understood those and we're going to comply with those.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Okay, council, let's have a discussion about this. We are going to start to my left now. Brian, you're first, if you have comments.
No, the only thing I have is not as long as my other one, but did, again, look at the master land plan, comprehensive plan, and the SUP application, and based on what I saw, I felt like that it obviously meets the SUP application. I also know that planning and zoning had a very majority for this, and they approved it, so overwhelmingly. I think it was just one person that didn't, so I have no other comments beyond that, so thank you.
Thank you. Todd?
In this case, I don't have any comments. It's part of the plan. We with that first discussion piece, we're kind of moving the plan forward, so nothing on the pickleball course.
Thanks, Todd. Jesse?
Basically, I support planning and zoning's recommendation.
Lisa?
Same.
Kelly?
I support 100%.
All right. With the discussion and the support, then can I get a motion to approve planning and zoning's recommendation to allow for the specific use permit for pickleball courts?
I move to approve planning and zoning's recommendation for the special use permit for the 4 pickleball courts.
We have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Call it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. All right, item number 3, specific use permit, food truck and mobile retail park to be allowed up to 4 food trucks with electric and water hookups on premises. Before we move on to the public hearing, Mr. Fisher, do you want to come up and address? Before you speak, this SUP did not pass. It was denied 5-1 by the Planning and Zoning Commission in April. So it's different than the other 2 because In order to reverse that decision, if that's the way you were so inclined, we would need a supermajority. We would need at least a 4-to-1 vote to reverse that decision. So, Nancy, anything else to add on that? Okay. Eric, you're on.
I don't have much. I already talked a lot about the food trucks and why we wanted to do it and have them permanent and keep the noise down, having electric water. The only thing I was going to add to that was at the planning and zoning meeting, there was some talk about that food trucks don't have to go under the same scrutiny as a restaurant or something like to that detail. But if you go on the Secretary of State and the Comptroller of Texas, they have very strict guidelines for them. And just to name sorry, I'm still stuck on Miss Linda's chocolate chip cookie ball she's going to make. So, but they have to have a food handler's permit. They have to be certified food handler's certificate. Their vehicles have to be insured. Their business registration with the Secretary of State and the Comptroller both be served. Then after they do that, they have to be licensed in every city by the city inspector in every city they're going to serve the food in. And I think that's how they track where the sales tax revenue goes to, which certificates they have for those cities. So I just wanted to kind of put that in there because at Planning and Zoning, they kind of mentioned they didn't have a lot of hoops they had to jump through. They could just open up a food truck willy-nilly, but they cannot. There's a lot of red tape they have to go through as well. So just wanted to add that to the food truck part of it. Any questions?
Council, any questions for Eric before he sits down? Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll open up our last public hearing at 8:45 p.m. And do we have anybody wishing to come and speak regarding the food trucks? Yes, sir.
Might as well. I'm Scott Miller. I live at 9312 Berean Way. I find it incredible that the city of Garden Ridge is even debating whether semi-permanent food trucks are compatible with existing development and the community's character, let alone maintain the look and the feel of it. My amazement aside, the requested SUP seeks approval for 4 food trucks. We all know food trucks rarely, if ever, look nice, and these will never look better than the day they park. Consider your impression of the multicolored food trucks by H-E-B on 3009 and those at the Reserve on FM 1863. While the Revival might be a fun place to go, I think it's far from what the majority of residents want right outside of the entrance to their subdivisions. Food trucks may be quaint along an open roadway and handy in unused lots in busy downtown street, but hardly so at the entrance of one of Garden Ridge's older neighborhoods. Sadly, most of the residents are older and unaware of the development is a possibility. Many of those who are unable or unwilling to make their voices heard. Can you imagine the reaction if the Revival was planned at the outside entrance to George Ranch, Wild Wind, Forest Waters, or Trophy Oaks? And I think you know those residents would be anything but welcoming. I also think that you would agree that much of Bracken Village is an eyesore. The mishmash of old cottages, various metal buildings, and occasional food truck is what results when you don't follow a master plan with reasonable building and appearance standards. If this SUP is approved, the Bracken vibe will have come to Garden Ridge. As planned, the Revival will fit right in with Bracken's character. We'll be able to tell visitors, just drive past Shantytown, go to where you see the shipping containers, strangely perfectly shaped rectangular buildings, and a fleet of food trucks. That's our city, that's our neighborhood. I don't think that's the future most residents want to see, and most would be happy to drive a few miles to enjoy a drink or for some outdoor music. Please don't be swayed by the idyllic view of sipping wine and listening to soft music with friends, and know that having that view will come at the cost of nearby residents. And following the SUP's regulations and the city's comprehensive master plan, I don't see how you can make a determination that mobile food trucks are in any way harmonious and adaptable to the building structures and uses of nearby properties. As a result, I ask that you deny the SUP for Revival food trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Brian Krause. I live at 19522 Creekview Oaks. I think the gentleman that preceded me had some good arguments on the food trucks. I just want to reiterate that I also believe that they aren't within the character of the master plan. Food trucks, by definition, the food is to go. So one of the concerns I would have is you have paper utensils, you have napkins, you have bags, you have plastic utilities. I'm sure the Fishers are going to do everything, and proprietors, to ensure that, that waste is managed and not become a problem. But I think if you've ever been around a food truck, if the wind picks up, you've got paper plates, you've got napkins, you've got things flying around, and that's a concern that we might have to have additional garbage an impact, because none of the food is going to be served in containers that are going to be reusable. And I'd also like to point out, since apparently we are keeping score on pros and cons and speakers, that citizens of this community went out door to door and spoke to their neighbors. And we want to talk about community involvement. This was a huge community involvement effort. And 221 people wrote and signed a petition to this council saying they were against this. And I think that should be noted when we look at 13 to 15 people speaking, or 8, 9 sending in an email. Both of those activities, while they require citizens' efforts, the community members walking door to door, meeting their neighbors, talking about the venue, and then actually having people say, I'm going to put my name on a piece of paper to communicate to council that I'm against this. I think that deserves recognition in addition to the things that we're doing here and what the secretary read in the letters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, come forward. Floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Emma Falcone. I live off 20350 Bat Cave Road. I have lived here since I was probably 8 years old. I was one of the first classes that opened up Garden Ridge Elementary School. And since the beginning of us moving here, I know it's always been a part of our family talking about such a cool family-friendly venue. And we were so excited about Raptitude coming up. Food trucks. I love market days at Northeast Bible Church, and praise Jesus, hallelujah, that they've gotten so big, where there are multiple food trucks at NEBC that you cannot see from 2252 on that road because they are down. And Mr. Fisher has also mentioned that these food trucks won't be seen from the road because they will be behind a beautiful building that he's planning on building. I love the idea of food trucks. I love the idea of multiple different ideas of food. And then he said, hey, if people don't like it, it's out. Like, we'll get another one in. I think it's a really cool idea, and I am in favor of this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, and Marissa, we've already done all our written comments.
Correct.
If no one else wishes to speak, we will close the public hearing at 8:52 p.m. And we will move on to 3.2, discussion and take action. So council, I'll start on my right again. Kelly, you're up.
So back in the day when food trucks started getting popular, I had a very poor outlook of them. And, fast forward 10, 15 years later, some of my favorite places to visit are some of the local food trucks. And like even downtown Cibolo has embraced. I heard some of the comments at Planning and Zoning and, about the health and safety, and they are held to just as high a standard. And like the young lady just mentioned, if you don't like them, then you get to get rid of them, right? And the look of food trucks has changed a lot. There's a lot of companies that have made great money off these food truck companies by wrapping them and making them look very, very nice. I'm thinking like right now, the Reserve on 1863, they have a static food truck there that's there now. And it's nice, it's presentable, the people are nice, the food is amazing, and it's out front. Now, am I a fan of it being out front? Probably not. But as Mr. Fisher stated, he plans on concealing them in the back of the venue. And, to my knowledge, I don't know who would see it back there unless you're back there. Is that correct, Mr. Fisher?
That's the goal of the way behind everything. There's the farthest edge of the property allowed with perimeter.
Okay. From a business standpoint, I think we're at the stage we're at the stage where we've approved 1 and 2. If we disapprove number 3, or go with the recommendation to disapprove number 3, I really feel like we're going to kneecap his business. People want to eat where they're hanging out. I mean, there's no other option right now. I mean, if we ban food trucks there, nobody's going to eat. He's not going to have as many people show up to his venue, and it's not going to succeed. It's not going to succeed. People want to have food. From a standpoint of our law enforcement, if somebody's having a beer, you want them to have food, right? You want them to have exercise, right? And by not having that, I think it's an increased risk. So, so I implore you guys, if I'm for denying their recommendation, because I just feel like we're at the point now we've approved these 2, and that would be kneecapping this business if we went along with the recommendation.
Thanks, Kelly. Lisa?
So again, I personally like food trucks. I've got 6 kids, and it's brain damage trying to figure out where to take everybody to eat that everybody's gonna like. It never works out. I like the idea of having options, but I don't make decisions based on my personal opinion. So in looking at the specific use permit regulations, but again, it's an allowed use in that zone, and I don't see any, I don't see any of the concerns that we're supposed to address, on top of just the regular zoning. I don't see that the food trucks would have a negative impact.
Okay, thanks. Jesse?
Well, I mean, I have a different opinion about food trucks, so excuse me that. I don't think, excuse me, I don't know what it's going to look like behind the trees and all that. It's going to be between the large area and then the future potential building is going to be right between there. So I don't know how many trees or what you're going to be putting brushes there, but right now I'm inclined to support the planning and zoning's recommendation.
Thanks, Jesse. Todd?
Okay, 1, we already allow food trucks. Again, if they become problematic, if they're ugly, dilapidated, run down, not meeting food quality standards, not doing anything else, we can deal with that as a city. We've got ways of doing that through ordinances, through the health codes. I think when planning and zoning voted that down, they did so with some very inaccurate information that was being presented. I watched the video of that P&Z and do honestly have some concerns about some of the information that was presented there that led to that vote. That said, they still voted it down, and it's got to be open for discussion. So, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Todd. Brian?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, thank everybody that spoke for this another permit that we're voting on. I got to be honest, I'm struggling with this one as well. With like Councilman Jesse's been saying, I am struggling with this because I know some of the things I've read about food trucks as well, and I envision. Again, I try to take everything into consideration. I don't want to just go one extreme because I think if we go one extreme, I think we lose sight of the picture. I see things that I kind of question, and why I think I'm struggling with this one, because again, I look at the master land plan again as what we talked about earlier that could be open for interpretation. I kind of struggle with this. I do know that I'm worried about there being trash outside as well, if there's going to be some kind of an odor out there. I don't know if there'll be stuff flying around. And let's be honest, everybody, we live in Texas. It's really hot outside about 7 months out of the year. I just don't know how people would enjoy it too much. And again, that's just my opinion. That's Brian's opinion, right? I know that this was during the COVID, food trucks were at its peak. They were doing very well, very well. But I know as we're getting through COVID, I think I read an article the other day from Express News how some are struggling right now. A lot of the customers are going back to brick and mortar restaurants. So I kind of feel the same way what Jesse's saying on this. I just don't know. Yeah, this out of all the three that I've looked at, this was the one I'm struggling with the most, Mayor, I'll be honest with you. But that's kind of what my comments are, talking out loud on this. I'm not there to, and I'm not trying to break, like Kelly said, his kneecaps or whatever for this business. I just kind of trying to take it piece by piece on these items, and again, taking everything into consideration and taking it piece by piece and looking at it. Yeah, I'm struggling with that concept, so. I don't know, again, coming here at the end of this discussion, if there was ever a mention on enclosing it rather than using food trucks, but I'm sure that was probably already discussed at another event or another council meeting or something, so I don't know. But that's what I'll leave it at, sir. Thank you.
Can I add one thing?
Thanks, Brian. Go ahead, Kelly.
I want to spin off Todd a little bit. The information that was spewed at the Planning and Zoning Commission, yeah, there were a lot of lies thrown out, even statistics that people get hurt playing pickleball. I mean, it was ridiculous. But the main one was that the food trucks are not held to a standard, and it was a blatant lie. And unfortunately, it did sway the vote, I think. And I wish that wouldn't have happened because it was false information.
Just for clarification, I'm not making my decision based on that. I understand that that's requirement, so I'm not using that as a reason. My looks is more looks, how it looks out there, how the trucks, be visible from 2252. Where the ones on Treehouse, they're way behind. You don't see them from the road, so at all. So anyway, but it's not necessarily the food truck itself. I mean, health and requirements and all that. I'm not posting on that basis. So it's more looks.
And you've seen the plan where he has them towards the back, right? Okay.
And if I can speak as well. Again, I'm always going back to what the regulations are. There's things that we just can't make decisions on. We're not authorized to tell people, what building materials they could use. So when I go back and look at the regulations, the first one has to do with safety. I don't have any concerns with that with the food truck. Adequate means of ingress and egress. They did their traffic impact analysis, which is sufficient. Provisions for drainage, not an issue. Adequate off-street parking and loading for food trucks, not an issue. Safety from fire hazard and measures for fire control, that's baked into food truck licensing and owning a building. Protection against negative effects of noise, glare, and lighting. That doesn't apply to the food trucks. They've already said that the lights go off at 10. Heights of structures, all of these are within our ordinances. Adverse effects of the concentration of use. I can't see that. And, the last one is compatibility of building and such other measures as will secure and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. And that's the closest one you get, but it's not talking about how a building looks. I am sure that the Fishers want people to come to their establishment, and I'm sure that want leads to them wanting a clean establishment and to having standards around their food trucks. I mean, I've been to bad food trucks. I've been to really nice, food truck parks. If there's if we end up with a restaurant outside that has a patio, you can talk about napkins blowing around there with the wind or not. I just have to trust that somebody who wants to build a business in town and wants to make money in that business is going to do the right thing. That's where I am.
Thanks, Lisa. Those are really good points. Anybody else before I take a crack at it?
What if we had a provision in there that they cannot be visible from 2252? I don't know how we would do that, but it's an idea that's worth bandying. He's putting them in the back already. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Whether it's screened with trees or screened with a decorative rock wall or something. That would maybe address your main concern, Jesse. And some of the concerns have been raised by people as well. If it's not visible from 2252, it's not an eyesore to the entrance, in that part of 2252, particularly for the folks that live in the subdivision right across the road. I don't want this to be ugly for them. They make valid points about their concerns with that, and maybe this is a compromise position to go into, to just go, okay, but you got to screen them. They can't be visible. Is that even possible?
Well-
I'm going to look at Cynthia on this one as well and go, can we even ask that?
Based on our conversation with Cynthia prior to this, it would be possible, but the first thing that the council would have to do is vote to reverse planning and zoning's 5-1 decision.
Okay.
And then you could go back and say, all right, with that, then I have a approval with, you can make a motion to approve with condition with what you just talked about. But you'd have, as a,
So we're going to
as
do
a
it
body,
two-
as a vote,
as two
you'd have
votes?
to, well,
That's correct. The council must first overcome, the council must first overcome the recommendation to deny this SUP. And then if the council clears that hurdle, then it goes to the next decision-making tree, which is to approve as presented or approve with conditions. And the council is authorized by law to establish any reasonable condition that it feels necessary that aligns with the city's zoning ordinance.
Okay. My big concern here is I don't want a bar not having food. The last thing we need is a bunch of people in there over-consuming alcohol because they're hungry and they don't have food in their belly, and the next thing you know, we've got other problems, which I'm sure GRPD can deal with, and, you know, the additional funds that would come in with multiple DUIs might be useful for the city, but, and obviously I'm making a little tongue-in-cheek joke here with that, but, yeah, I know. I'm making it a little tongue-in-cheek, but my big concern is not having food available where there's alcohol being served.
okay, thanks. Some thoughts from me before we look at motions. Remember, we're talking about whether food trucks are allowed in Garden Ridge in this case, and what Lisa brought up and the specific use permit, food trucks require that, but they are allowed in Garden Ridge. And they are zoned, it's in our ordinance 13 to be able to do this. So I would caution us to get involved with Eric Fisher's and Mark Mulkey's business model. Because, I mean, the only thing Lisa and I know about food trucks is how hard they are to get at city events. We've been working on that stuff for 3 solid years. But it's also a good place to go, and there's, you know, if there's multiple food trucks, you have multiple choices for your family, right? So I want to caution us on getting involved directly in his business model. We need to leave that up to him, in my opinion. Also, it's not up to us, in my opinion, to wonder if they're still popular and are people going to visit them. So that's really not up to us. That's up to the food trucks. That's up to Eric Fisher. Whether there's going to be increased trash, I don't know, but that's not what we're voting on right now. We're voting on whether or not to approve or reverse planning and zoning's decision, and that's the first vote. So, got to be cautious with that. Food trucks are allowed in Garden Ridge, and it's zoned and legally sufficient, and without getting into his business model. And we would kneecap a business that we've already approved with 2 SUPs. How are we going to have food there? So those are my thoughts. If there's no further discussion, can I get a motion? Either way.
Motion to reverse recommendation by Planning and Zoning to deny food trucks and mobile retail park at the reserve, or the Revival.
We have a motion to reverse planning and zoning's denial of food trucks for the SUP 3. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to reverse planning and zoning's denial with a second. Is there further discussion?
I have a question. So if we vote to approve this part, does that automatically approve it, or are we going to go to the second part where we have to?
go a second part.
We're talking about like what Todd mentioned. Okay.
Did we answer your question? Okay. Sure. Any further discussions? Any further questions? Brian?
Yeah, Mayor, you made a good point about, I know y'all have had some experience with the food trucks, but I guess my question is with the city, with the experience with the food trucks, how long has it been for? Because we're looking at a model that's 6 months to a year. The food trucks that we've experienced with Garden Ridge, you'd have to educate me on this. Have they been there long-term or just for like a day or two? Because to me, a day or two is different than 6 months or a year. So if you could educate me, I would appreciate it.
They were for specific events, so they'd be there for the day. And the reason why they're so hard to get is because many of them go to venues like Mr. Fisher's trying to build, and they go there because it's much better for business. So did I answer your question?
Yes, I just wanted to see if we had anything that we've done before that's been long-term, I guess, was my question, so. Because again, some are not aware of, you're right, some of the intricacies and dealings with food trucks, because even though they've been with us since, I would say, they've been with us for a long time before, it just seems like it was they were more really known locally when COVID had hit, but they've been with us for a long time. I know that they're just it's a different layout or a different idea compared to a brick and mortar. That's why I was asking, so. And some people aren't aware of the actual, I guess, workings of that type of establishment, so.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, we'll call it to a vote. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes, but we don't have a supermajority. We needed at least four votes, so it does not reverse Planning and Zoning's decision to deny food trucks. Cynthia, am I missing anything? Nancy? Okay. All right, that concludes the public hearings and everything for the revival. What we're going to do is take a 10-minute break. Let's come back here at 9:21. We're in recess. Anybody? All right, we have a quorum. We'll continue on. So the next item on the agenda is Resolution 51706-2024, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 general fund budget amendment number 1 for the period of October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. Nancy, I'll let you introduce this, and then you and Robin can discuss.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are presenting Council with the budget amendment number 1 for the fiscal year 2024. We start out with general fund. General fund, what we've done is we've updated our beginning fund balance as a result of our audit from the end of the fiscal year for 23. As you will note on the cover page, revenues, we are proposing an increase in revenues of $169,979. The highlights of the revenue increases are predominantly a result of the interest that we are collecting on the monies that we have in First United Bank and TexPool. We are increasing interest by $87,000. We have reduced, another point of increase is because of our increased garbage rates, we are collecting additional revenue off of that. So we've increased that by $20,387. We have reduced building permits. We have less building activity in the city. And I'm trying to hit this as fast as I can because I know it's been a long evening for everybody. Donations, we have put our actual year-to-date donations into the budget, totaling $24,916, which when we do our first budget of the year, we don't include those donations in. Municipal court fines, we are anticipating those are going to increase by $18,750, and those are predominantly the high points of the revenue. Other line items in revenue have been adjusted, looking at what our year-to-date average collection is and projecting it out for the remainder of the fiscal year. Any questions about revenues?
Council, any questions for Nancy?
Then we'll move on to expenditures by department. Administration is seeing a reduction in professional services totaling $60,188. That is, we are bringing all of our professional services down to where that year-to-date average appears to be, or what we're seeing year-to-date average. We have included a consultant professional services amount of $1,200 in here. This was to have review of some of our, like our special use processes, you know, how we get to the point of getting that special use permit originally and then bringing it towards council. That is my understanding of the need for that consultant. Was that correct, Kelly? Okay. We've looked at a lot of other line items and we brought them closer to our year-to-date average. Actually, we saved $2,195 in our capital expenditures for our welcome signage at Schoenthal well site as well as Paul Davis Park, and we are reducing the expenditures and administration by $77,104. Any questions, admin?
Council, questions for Nancy?
Municipal court, we're increasing by $7,796. All of our personnel related line items in all of the budgets in general fund and water fund, which I failed to mention in admin, is our state unemployment tax rate went up. We don't typically find out what that rate is well on until like March. April timeframe, so that's why you see the SUI tax, why you're seeing an increase on that. We need some technology upgrades for municipal court. That will include some upgrades for our ticket writers. And that is a total of $5,100, the technology upgrades. And then we are adding two additional court sessions for the prosecutor's fee as well as for the judge's fee. We have some jury trials that we are anticipating are going to be coming up this fiscal year, and we will have to pay the judge the fee for court for those jury trials, as well as the prosecutor, their monthly fee for those jury trials as well. So we've included two in here. So that's an increase of $2,600. Any questions? All righty. Police Department. Police Department is seeing an overall reduction in the department of $101,983. $106,175 reduction overall is in personnel services. We have had 3 unfilled vacancies and throughout the year, and we have one position that was, about 4 months in the year? However, I'm sorry? 2 all year. Okay, 2 all 1 year, and then 1 part-time, or part of the year. What we are proposing is bringing on a paid part-time reserve officer for, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to glance back at my page here, at $30 an hour, and for the remainder of this fiscal year, that would be $8,076. You want me to mention who the proposed officer is? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to let Chief explain the part-time as well as the FTO.
Excellent. Okay, so what I've done here is requested, so we had Sergeant Dennis retired in January, the end of January. He is a huge asset to the department and would like to remain active. So I want to bring him back as our training supervisor in a reserve part-time position, paying him $30 an hour. We can only work him so many hours a year so it doesn't interfere with his retirement. So based on what we plan on utilizing him for, the remainder of this year would be $8,000. It was already budgeted for his salary in the original budget, so it's not really going over. Okay, it's just coming. It's making the reserves less that came out of our salary. Also, we have talked about the increased needs in manpower when we start training. So I've got 3 officers. We got 2 starting here in a couple of weeks and a 3rd one. It takes a lot of extra manpower on our current officers that are here, the senior officers that have been here, that we then lean on to do the field training for them. So due to that increased workload and stress level on them teaching, I wanted to come up with some way of offsetting that. So there is a stipend in here that I'm requesting. Basically, it would pay our FTOs an extra $25 a shift for the days that they're teaching FTO. So it basically comes out to about $1,800 to train a new applicant over the entire course of his FTO is what I'm requesting that we pay to the FTOs. So that's the other money that I'm asking for up here, which is a couple thousand this year. Some of it may have to, depending on how soon we fill those last slots, may have to ask for some of that next year as well.
Okay. We brought some insurance cost back up to what our actual expenditure was in PD as well. And there was an increased need for some radio maintenance. So we've added in $2,145. Another thing to note within the police department, in personnel services, another significant reduction was $19,413 because of the health insurance benefits that we had budgeted for the positions that were vacant and we did not hire. Were there any, I know that was a lot for PD, were there any questions? Okay, moving on to Public Works. Predominantly in Public Works, we have increased the city facility heating AC maintenance by $12,000. We had some cost incurred before we got the new chiller unit in, and then there were some tweaks and some costs that we had, additional cost we had to incur with the installation of that system, and new software for that system. Let's see. Equipment rental, we increased that by $2,000. That was predominantly due to the equipment we needed to rent to set the Christmas tree up this past year. So the increase in Public Works comes to $40,045. One of the biggest increases in Public Works was the additional cost that the city incurred for the Oak Wilt trenching project because we had to expand our trench perimeter and repairs that we had to do to the roadway for the trenching. And the increased cost for trenching that we have not experienced in the prior trench projects. And that was $33,100. So those were the highlights of Public Works. Questions? Okay. Community Center. We are proposing an increase of $88,540. Usage at the center is creating an increase in the community center's manager fees because she does get a percentage, as well as she is paid hourly for communicating with prospective renters and renters. Supplies, because of usage, has increased $800. Cleaning of the facility, we've had to increase that by $800 because of the increased usage. And we have placed $75,000 in the community center budget for this fiscal year to do something with our flooring, freshen our flooring up, painting, and perhaps some new lighting in the facility. Just kind of enhance the facility to make it a little bit more presentable, perhaps enhance the interior appearance. The library, we have updated, added the library's donation expenditures of $3,000. There was the increase with the unemployment tax, and then her actual usage in training, travel seminars, she hadn't had any budgeted for that, and she and Wendy were fortunate enough to be able to go to a seminar that was held locally here in San Antonio, and those were the fees incurred with that. Okay. With the budget amendment for general fund, we will have a carryover of $212,625 into reserves, and that will bring our reserves up to 15 months. The original budget was a 12-month reserve, and with this carryover, it brings us up to 15 months.
Thanks, Nancy. Robin, anything to add for this one?
No, that's kind of
Okay.
it.
The, a couple quick comments. Obviously, the chief talked about bringing back Sergeant Dennis on a part-time status. We'd love to have that. That seems like a no-brainer to me. And then the $75,000 for the capital improvement project for the community center, like Nancy said, is for the remaining of the fiscal year, so we can get started on that. And we had already had that in the budget. We upped it to $75,000, and then we do plan to put in the budget proposal for fiscal year '25, upgrading the sound system and completing any more upgrades we need for the community center. So I don't have anything else to add on that. So council, do you have questions for Nancy or Robin regarding the general fund budget amendment number 1?
Just have a comment. I think bringing it up to 15 months reserve brings it up back up to where the fiscal year 2023 was, right? Pretty close to it? Because I think we went down for the budget, and now we're back up.
So with the audit, I know in the audit report, they
Yeah.
kind of estimated, yes, even to be around like 18 to 19 months. I feel like our calculations are a little bit more conservative than their calculation, because we are subtracting out our uncollected receivables, which is the $824,000 that the general fund loaned to water for the the water,
Wastewater system.
yeah, the wastewater system project. I don't feel like that should be included in the reserves until we know that we're gonna have that money back in general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Jesse. Anybody else? Okay, if there's no other discussion, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 51706-2024, General Fund Budget Amendment 1?
I make a motion to approve resolution number 517-062024, resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge approving fiscal year 2024 General Fund Budget Amendment 1 for the period of October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024.
We have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? I'll call to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, the motion passes. On to resolution number 51806-2024, resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 Water Company Operation and Maintenance Fund Budget Amendment Number 1 for the period of 1 October 2023 through 30 September 2024. Nancy, you're up.
Okay. Revenue in the water fund is proposed to, with this budget amendment, is proposed to increase $28,516. That is predominantly due to an increase of $30,000 in interest. In other words, we're jumping from $55,000 to $85,000. And that is based on the year-to-date average of our interest revenue. We have brought water penalties. We based that on year-to-date average, increasing that by $2,000. EAA has increased their management fees, so we have taken the number of acre feet that we have and what the new management fee is, and we are adjusting that to what should actually be collected in the from our customers. And that is predominantly the high points of water fund revenue. Are there any questions on that?
Council, any questions for Nancy regarding water fund? Nancy, anything else?
Not for water, I mean, not for revenue. Expenditures. We are increasing expenditures in the water fund by $7,205. We have had to increase overtime by $4,695 due to the number of huge water breaks and the amount of time that our water employees spent working out on those this year. We have decreased the attorney's fees basically down to about half of what we had originally budgeted, just in case we need some money there for some legal fees. We have added in the water fund's portion of credit card fees of $10,000. Robin has done a lot of calculating on that to make sure that they absorb as much of the credit card fees that are due to the water department. Credit card fees do get rather costly. So we are projecting $10,000, and that had not been budgeted in the original budget. There's been an increase in chemicals. We're jumping that up $2,000. Increased cost. Some increased cost for maintenance services, which are predominantly for equipment maintenance as well as vehicle maintenance. And I think those really are the highlights of the expenditures, the main focus on those. Okay. Our carryover would be $47,745, and with that carryover, we would increase from 6-month reserves to 7-month reserves.
Thanks, Nancy. Council, any questions for Nancy regarding water fund and maintenance budget? Okay, if there's no further discussion, can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve resolution number 518-062024, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 water company operation and maintenance fund budget amendment number 1.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Call to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. On to D. Resolution number 51906-2024, resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 capital improvement funds budget amendment number 1 for the period of 1 October 2023 through 30 September 2024. Nancy, you're up.
Okay, capital improvement funds, basically what's happening here is we are including interest of $20,000 for revenue, and when we originally planned the 24 budget, we thought we would be finished with our water line relocation project, which we are not, so we are including that back into the capital improvement fund. Also, we have updated the interest for the water impact fee and street impact fee accounts that we have. So those are really all that has happened in the capital improvements fund.
Okay, you ready for us to make a motion on it?
If you're ready.
All right. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve resolution number 519-062024.
We have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Any further discussion? Call to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Nancy, keep on going here. Resolution number 52006-2024, resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 interest and sinking fund budget amendment number 1 period of 1 October through 2023 through 30 September 2024. Nancy.
Interest and sinking fund, we are just bringing the interest earned up to $4,500. And we've had a slight increase in our agent fees, so agent fees has increased to $3,150. Those are the only two changes made in interest and sinking fund.
All right, council, any discussion for that? Probably not. Can I get a motion to approve? You ready, Brian?
Motion to approve resolution number 520-062-024, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, approving fiscal year 2024 interest and sinking fund budget amendment number 1 for the period of October the 1st, 2023 through September the 30th, 2024.
We have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. I think it went to Lisa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right.
Thank you, council.
Thanks, Nancy and Robin, for all that hard work. That's a lot of hours that they put in to get that done for us, so thank you. All right, on to item number F, budget reserves discussion. Nancy and Robin, you guys are still up for the preview of it.
Okay. This is really perfect timing because we're getting ready to go into.
Microphone.
Thought it was still on. Perfect timing that this item is on the agenda. We're getting ready to go into the budgeting process for the 2025 budget. What I'm trying to show y'all tonight is what our audited ending balance, unrestricted fund balance, total expenses, our monthly expenses, and our monthly revenues for the audited years of 21, 22, and 23. Where we were in expenditures, monthly expenditures for each one of those years, as well as where our our annual reserves were sitting. And now that we have our approved budget amendment for 24, monthly expenditures is now $293,792, and we are at 15 months worth of reserves. I also wanted to show you how interest income will affect the amount of money we have sitting in reserves. Right now, interest has much higher in you can see in 23 it started increasing. And 21 it was down pretty low. And in 24, in this budget amendment, we're proposing $194,000 in interest. Okay? Water fund, I'm trying to show you basically the same thing. The unrestricted fund balance. But in water funds, since they pay for their own debt, we are showing the amount of debt that they have annually, what their monthly expenditures are, and where they are sitting at reserves, months of reserves, as well as, again, you can see how the interest rate has grown and how that affects the amount, or affects the city's revenue. It's a form of revenue to us, how it is affected by the amount of money we have in reserves. I hope that is making sense. For the �24 proposed budget, our monthly expenditures are increasing to $103,087. We're at 7 months reserves, and interest is now, or we're projecting is going to be $85,000. Okay? It's reserves are kind of looked at as like a savings account. Yes, they're fabulous to, when you're going out for debt, to have all these months of reserves built up, because when you do go out for debt, you tend to get much better interest rates on the debt you're trying to secure. And however, there are things that we can start using some of these reserves to do for the betterment of the city, okay? So I think what we're looking for, let me just review what some of the things that I'm thinking that the reserves can be used for. Say we have some severe storm damage, emergency service, or some sort of an emergency in the city. Prior storm damage dumpsters, Republic paid for those. They're no longer paying for those. And just our weekends, our 2 weekends every month of dumpsters is running us over $20,000. So if we were to have some sort of a significant storm damage just from wind damage, we're going to be looking at a pretty significant amount of money that we're going to have to take out of, the city's going to have to pay for now that we haven't had to pay for before. And, there could be some other significant storm damage. We're going to have to pay for that, and reserves is what we've got to pay for it from. Y'all have heard me talk about wanting to tie into the Vista Ridge water line right out here outside of our city limits as an emergency water source. I had our engineers provide me new quotes. An 8-inch line would be $664,175. 12-inch would be the $767,100. You could use reserves to pay for that type of a project and it not have to be taken out of general fund. However, with this being water related, general fund would have to loan the money to water fund and then have it paid back. Community center, sound system. I think everybody agrees that needs to be taken care of at some point in time. Last estimate we had was $80,000. I mean, 87,000. That was a couple of years ago. So I can only imagine that that price, like everything else, has increased. And then, so I'm just putting $100,000 in estimate. I'm not asking for this right now. I'm just trying to stimulate some thoughts as we get into some of our next year's budgeting. City Hall and Public Works facilities. These facilities were built in 2006. And they're starting to show their age. We need to replace flooring. We need to replace the carpeting in this room. We've got a couple of really bad snags. Need painting, inside and out. We have got employees sharing offices, and my gosh, PD is stacked on top of each other. You've got the assistant chief and you've got 2 sergeants in one office. So we need to start thinking about some renovations that we can do here at City Hall, so we can continue to provide the types of services that our citizens want. Public Works. Stephen has an office. He's the only one that really has an office. Eric shares an office with 4 employees. And it used to be the cat room. And Dwayne shares his office with 3 water department employees. They are in desperate need, and that is probably going to be an expansion. I have no idea. We have not gone out for any quotes. I'm throwing this out. I think this is something that we need to start thinking about. I threw out $800,000. You know, it probably to renovate City Hall. Library, I know, could use new flooring, and perhaps maybe we can, I don't know how we're gonna enlarge you though, Linda. That's the problem there. But this doesn't have, I mean, I would anticipate that this probably be at least 2 or 3 year project to get that accomplished. Capital expenditures, maybe we need to start thinking about, rather than Public Works needing a piece of heavy equipment or a new vehicle, or PD needing a new vehicle, rather than taking that one-time expenditure that's going to have a life to it of 5, 10, 15 years, maybe longer, maybe we stop taking that out of general fund and we start looking at maybe paying for it out of reserves. To spread our money a little bit further in general fund, or in, well, water fund even, for their portions of some, you know, things like equipment. I know that we have, Lisa has applied for TPW grants for walking trails in Paul Davis Park. That's a matching grant. We would have to come up with money to be able to support that grant. We would have cost share in it. We've talked to TxDOT in the past about possibly having some sort of crosswalk or some way of people can cross 3009 to get here to our complex or into the school. That's a matching grant. So reserves is a place we can take. We could take that grant, that matching grant money out of. So I'm throwing that out tonight to council to give some thoughts. What is the minimum amount of reserves that council might want to see the city maintain, perhaps, and what other things might council think they may want to spend some reserves on, if at all? But we're looking for a little bit, I think I'm looking for a little bit of direction from council on the reserves. I'm not asking for a decision tonight. We have this on here for discussion.
Thanks, Nancy. Council, like Nancy said, we're not looking for a decision on what the right amount of reserves is for us, minimum or maximum, and what to do with that. We're starting this discussion going right into budget season about where our reserves are at for both the city and for the water company, as well as a lot of the big projects that we have, that we'd like to do in the near future without, and by near future, I mean the next couple of years, without having to seek a bond, because if you go for a bond, it's got to go through an election. So, and that either happens in May, or we'd have to have a special election if we needed to push it up from there. So, just some thoughts on that to generate discussion as we go into budget season. I know I'm a huge proponent of tying into the Vista Ridge pipeline. That would be an emergency water source for us while we still can, because eventually they're going to say no. So we need to, I think we need to do that quickly within the next year. So I'll start on the left. Brian, comments?
Yes, I know, by the way, I went to this ACOG training, it was really good. I picked up a flyer there for grant writing, hourly rates. I don't know, I know we were talking about grant writing, and if we had somebody that could do that, and it looks like there is actually a service for this. I don't know if that's something that we could think about putting on the budget, as having money put aside for grant writing services. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know what you've had we've had I guess the prior, I'm looking at the numbers, but I guess I don't see 2024 on this, but I know you had mentioned them, Nancy. I guess I mean, I guess we're good where we're at right now as far as the reserves, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we are very, we have some pretty, very, very healthy reserves. We're sitting about 15 months.
Could I fill in some of the blanks here?
Sure. I mean, well, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, so I just turned my mic off. So I've got a lot of information on this, and I think when you're thinking about this, you need to think about the difference between savings and risk mitigation. And those reserves are really there to mitigate unknown risk, right? And we don't have a policy that says we got this maximum amount, this minimum amount of reserves. We don't have anything that speaks to the range. I did some research. The Government Finance Officers Association, they recommend 2 months of reserves. And I haven't found anybody that has as many months of reserves as we do. I did look into the bond issue as well, and found some good examples. Round Rock has 90 days of reserves and a AAA rating. Fredericksburg, their policy is no less than 3 months. They still have a AA rating. Kerrville, 25%, AA rating. So I guess according to Standards & Poor's and Moody's, there is about 30% of the rating evaluation is based on those funds in reserve. The other 70% is based on money management practices, all of those kinds of things. So I think we could tap into it without impacting the reserves. It's a different way of thinking about the money. In my mind, it's okay, we're just holding on to taxpayers' money. People have paid these taxes. Shouldn't we be using them, in the community, while these people are living in the community, right? So, I think there's other things that I've thought of as well, signage, the gateways, gateway signage at 3009 and 2252, new sign out here. There's lots of capital projects that we could fund, with this money.
Very much so. Todd?
Yes, so then what's our comfort zone? I'm not comfortable less than 6 to 9 months. I think we need it. I think we need it as a hedge against, oh crap, our Edwards wells went dry, we gotta go find water somewhere. This is South Texas. We're going to have another drought if we're not already in one. We've got the largest growing city in the United States of America right here. We've got the fastest growing county in the United States of America right here. We're gonna need an emergency fund. Now that said, I don't think we need 15 months. 6 to 9 months will probably do the trick. 3 months, God, that can go away in a hurry.
Well, especially with the water company not having as much. and
Right,
we're-
right.
We loan money to them, and that's a no-fail operation, so.
Highest single priority in my mind, backup water. So Vista Ridge. I think that's something we really, really, really need to look at. Just, you know, I hate the sound system in the community center, but if we gotta pick between that and getting some extra water backup as everything grows around us, I think we need to do that and do it while we can. Because everybody else is gonna be thinking the exact same thing.
Jesse?
I agree with Vista Ridge. I think that's crucial that we go forward. I have some other ideas too that we can, pinpoint to as well. I can provide those to Nancy later. But, yeah. I'm, like Todd said, 6 months minimum, 9 months, more comfort zone. Yeah, not anything less than that.
Lisa?
So this doesn't have to be a willy-nilly decision on what we're comfortable with, right? There are methods within this article that I had Nancy send out, where you look at what your risk is. What are you protecting yourself from? Or why do you need this amount of money? There's also the concept of looking at, are some of these things that we are reserving money for, things that we could insure against, thereby freeing up those funds and paying insurance, to cover whatever that risk may be. But I mean, the idea is to go really through a risk analysis and figure out, what it is, what realistically we need. I agree with the comfort buffer. I'm closer to, 3 makes me nervous just because we've been so high for so long. I'm closer to 6. I think 9 is still excessive. I have found, I couldn't find anybody who had 6 months of reserves. Everybody around us is about 3 months. I couldn't find anybody that had that amount. And so it's a matter of, are we spending this money now? Are we reserving it for a risk that doesn't exist at that, at that level? I mean, the difference between 6 and 9 months is almost $1 million.
Kelly?
I am comfortable with between 6 and 9 months.
Okay. Again, we're not looking for a decision or action tonight, but I think it's a outstanding discussion, especially as we go into the budget season. What I'd like to propose is that we keep this on the agenda for the next couple of months and maybe come back and task staff with coming up with a reserve fund policy guidance for the city of Garden Ridge. Robin?
I just wanted to include a note that one of the, if you scroll back up to the top, Cindy, on this, just having a clear definition of how we're calculating our reserves. And that's why I wanted to include where we're getting that from, our ending fund balance minus our restricted and uncollected receivables divided by our monthly expenditures is how we're getting to this months of reserve. And just a note to point out, it's a very fluid figure. Next year, or even this year now, with the amended budget, we're seeing like if our monthly expenditures go up drastically next year, and maybe our revenue doesn't increase at the same rate, our reserves could drop, a couple months just from that. And just to keep in mind, it's up to council how much of a emergency fund of an insurance policy you want to keep in your reserve. And I actually really enjoyed reading this article.
I thought it had a lot of good information.
I thought that the reserve policy, how it's talking about, coming up with something now, then when you're in a heat of a moment and you have pressure to make a decision on something, you know, if you have some guidelines now about where you want to be minimum and then what you want to allocate reserves for generally. I don't know if I really like a maximum on it, because in that case, we would have missed out on a lot of interest. That, you know, we're just in a world right now where, wow, this has never happened before, and we are in a position that we've been able to take advantage of such great interest rates. And if we had a maximum on our reserves, we wouldn't have had that income. So it's just.
On that note, I would just go back to the concept of it's taxpayers' money. You know,
That's
should
true.
we be
Yes.
spending it or earning interest on it? What should we be doing with taxpayers' money?
The only other thing that I would like to add to your thoughts is Garden Ridge, we are dependent on our property tax. We don't have those other revenue sources coming in, which, like Lisa mentioned, Round Rock. Look at Round Rock. I'm sure there's sales taxes. So I think that's another thing that perhaps in the thought process to take into consideration, and perhaps that could be one of the risks, is we don't have those additional sources of revenue. Our revenue is sales tax.
Ad valorem.
I mean, property tax. I'm thinking sales tax because I wish we had it.
All right, I think these are really good discussion items. Council, you guys want to keep this on the agenda for July? Okay. Then we will do that, and thank you for the research. Lisa, thanks for the article, and Nancy and Robin, thanks so much. And moving on to G, appointment of municipal court prosecutor. Sorry, Nancy, you're on.
Okay. As you can tell by the memo that I drafted for this, our municipal court prosecutor, Ryan Henry, submitted his resignation. It was effective March 13th of this year. Our municipal court judge recommended Anthony Arriaga to provide the prosecuting services for our municipal court on a temporary basis. It was our opportunity to make sure that he was a good fit for our court, and he is, and he does have experience prosecuting, as you could tell by his bio. Judge Dolnig is recommending that the city council appoint him as our municipal court prosecutor, and staff recommends as well.
Thanks, Nancy. He's got Daryl's recommendation, and the staff likes him, and we're ready to go with this. Council, any discussion or questions? Okay, if there's no discussion or questions, can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve, what's his name, Mr. Arriaga as the new city prosecuting attorney.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Call to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. On to item number H, Environmental Protection Agency Air Sensor Loan Program discussion. Lisa, you're on.
I'm going to race through this. It's pretty simple. After bugging the EPA for a couple of months about the issue of there not being air monitors close to Garden Ridge, if you remember, they're 12 miles away, they reached out and asked if we wanted to participate in a air sensor loan program. So I got on a Zoom call. I swear I've never been around EPA or TCEQ people where there weren't multiple people on the call. This was another 5-person call. And it's pretty basic. They loan 3 purple air monitors. We fill out a quality assurance data kind of sheet and just express what we want to do with those monitors, which is really just gathering more information. And then they don't require anything from us. I said, well, are we turning in a report? Does this have to be scientific? Does it have to be, X, Y, and Z? They said, no. The only report that we might ask you is, how did the program work for you? So there's nothing scientific that we need. The monitors are free. They did tell me that that shipping to us was free, although it was a little different in the loan agreement, and we pay to have them shipped back. They're small. They're like this. I mean, that wouldn't be a big shipping fee. They provide feedback and coaching, and they've got a huge website that I haven't even had a chance to dive into that talks about sighting the monitors and tracking things and all of that good stuff. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, I would recommend that we just accept 3 more air monitors and work on getting them around the city in the appropriate places.
What else do you need from us to do that?
She needs to, Nancy would need to sign off on the loan agreement form.
Do we need a motion, or can we do a consensus?
Mayor,
Please.
because we are dealing with a federal government, I would recommend an actual motion so that it appears as a minute order.
What do we need the motion to say?
The motion authorizing participation in and authorizing city manager to execute the agreement.
Lisa, you got that?
I went right over my, yeah, what she said. Did you have that? Say again?
Motion authorizing participation in the.
Got it. Yep. Oh, I turned my mic off. I'd like to make a motion authorizing participation in the EPA's air sensor loan program. And authorize signature of the loan agreement by the city manager. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion as stated. Kelly, you just seconded. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, Lisa. All right. Item number I, resolution number 52106, 2024, resolution of the City Council of the City of Garden Ridge, Texas, expressing concerns regarding the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens living in the city of Garden Ridge to the proposed expansion of the Heidelberg Servtex rock crushing quarry operation located near FM 3009 and Schoenthal Road near Garden Ridge, Comal County, Texas, and the culmination of aggregate production operations. Lisa, you're on.
This is a similar resolution to what was signed off at the Northeast Partnership. I think Nancy and I both feel that we need to go on the record and see where everybody stands and what we want to do in regards to, these APO operations. So I'm open to thoughts.
So like Lisa said, this is, it's pretty close to verbatim with find and replace NEP
Except
with
for
Garden Ridge.
except for the whereases.
So.
No, the therefores. The whereases are the same.
Okay.
The therefores are a little bit different.
And we've had 11 of the 13 mayors from the Northeast Partnership sign the resolution or the statement from NEP. Only 2 cities that haven't signed it are Schertz, and they won't sign it, and that we haven't seen the mayor of St. Hedwig since the resolution was proposed to Northeast Partnership. So I anticipate that Mayor Grimm will sign it, and I will see her next week. We've talked with Cynthia as far as legal issues regarding this, and there shouldn't be any legal issues. We just say, if you approve this, we say, hey, we as a city are opposed to the expansion of 1,087 acres that they purchased to outside the city of Garden Ridge, but adjacent to us. We are opposed to that. So, and obviously additional APOs around the area. Did I say all that right? Okay. So that's my statement for it. Brian?
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to say, yes, looking at the this resolution, and I just want to say, yeah, when I read this, it looks like that was my question to you, Mayor, and you answered it with about the enforcement it sounds like it's just more of a statement, resolution type thing. Just question, when I read this, it looks like kind of this is already being addressed at the Texas legislative level, and they're already looking at to this because of a prior case. So would this, what would this mean involving that case that they're actually looking at? Where this, it looks like the Lieutenant Governor was already looking at a case involving Grayson County. So does this have any, I mean, what is this different from allowing the legislature to do their thing is what I'm asking. So I don't know if anybody can answer that for me.
Lisa?
I mean, it's a no. I know what Dan Patrick letter you're talking about, and he is in opposition to a cement kiln and is looking for a pause on concrete batch plants. This is unique to Garden Ridge. This is about Garden Ridge and what the city and the city council feels we should be doing. We are working with our legislators, but we're working on our piece of the pie, not the Grayson cement kiln. So this reflects our situation.
Does that answer your?
Yeah, and just a follow-up too, so, but on the ruling on that, do we know if that's going to impact the situation we're experiencing, or you're saying it's two completely different things, I guess?
It's two completely different things for the most part. We're dealing with quarries. His original letter was really specific to cement kilns, which are really dirty, nasty, toxic things. So they are addressing it in the interim session this year. It's on part of the charges that the legislature is supposed to look at, that particular issue. But
Okay.
it's really super focused on the concrete kiln.
Okay. So just to get me to where we're at right now is, sounds like other cities have already signed off on this resolution, except you said one or two, I think? So we're kind of one of the few that have not. Is that?
That's
No, so
No.
this is similar to a resolution from the cities in the Northeast Partnership saying basically the same thing with the expansion. Two cities that didn't sign it. Schertz is not going to sign it. I think that St. Hedwig will sign it, but I haven't had a chance to talk with her. And we signed it. It's different, though, for a 501c6 nonprofit organization to come out with that, and then a government entity with the city of Garden Ridge saying, hey, we formally opposed that expansion. So, I mean, it's a statement that we make to go, man, no, we don't want that right there. So, does that
Sir,
answer
yeah,
your
I
question?
understand. Thank you.
Okay. Todd? Jesse? Lisa? Kelly? Okay, if we're good, can I get a motion to approve it?
Move to approve resolution number 521-062024.
We have a motion to approve. Can I get a second? Second. Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Call it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. On to item number 9, updates, city council projects. 9A1, aggregate production operations impacting Garden Ridge. Lisa and Todd?
Go quick, I know. We're going to rush through this. You know I could talk about 15, 20 minutes on this stuff. Hitting the highlights, we covered the EPA thing. The motion to overturn was denied. So just going to look at that. Met with the Vulcan Quarry people. They're opposing Vulcan Quarry, talk about what they're doing. They're still pushing for a public meeting, regardless of whether it's granted by TCEQ or not. They will hold a public meeting just to raise awareness. I also, again, there's a lot. TCEQ had again, here's a Zoom call with, 4 people on it, about the quarry, about Lion Cave Materials in Wild Wind. So I met the citizens out there today. The inspector, they brought out 4 people. So walked in the citizens' backyard, had them look down into the pit, and everything the problem is there's not a lot of regulations, and everything they're doing right now is in compliance, right? Or currently in compliance. You know, you have one big hard storm, those berms are going to change, you know, and that's of concern. There was some concern about some water drainage, those kinds of things. And so I've got some guidelines from TCEQ to do some citizen monitoring kind of things, how they capture that stuff and send it to them. Again, you know, these things are like a snapshot. You know, they happen, you're watching them, there's dust, you know, but by the time the inspector comes, things could have completely changed. So that's my long story short on that one. That's all I'll do.
All right, great. 2, mitigation of growth and encroachment impacts on Garden Ridge. The only thing I would add to this one is been in contact with Zach Likes, who's the chief of staff for Mayor Ron Nirenberg. We met with him back on February 26th, and trying to reinvigorate the discussion about ETJ expansion for Garden Ridge. So trying to set up a meeting with him as well as council member Mark White and his staff to get that going again. That's all I have to add. Do you have anything, Lisa? Okay. All right, economic development. Smith and Swint.
You have. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so we had a great, Lisa and I had a great meeting this morning. We'll give you more updates in later months, but it was a very positive meeting with a business owner and a resident of Garden Ridge, and who still wants to, amazingly enough, he's had a lot shot down. He wants to still try to do business in Garden Ridge, so we're trying to come up with a plan for him. And then, did you want me to talk about the 1,200, the consultant, real quick? Okay. So quickly, you guys just approved this in the budget, the amended budget. So we'll be contracting a consultant that's going to do a quick analysis, comparative analysis, and research like cities to ours, and help us fine tune and tweak our process on the back end. I mean, there's a lot to this. When you're bringing in businesses, you got to have your ducks in a row on the back end, right? And if we can find 1 or 2 tweaks, it was well worth the $1,200. If there's 2 things that we can tweak to help speed up the process for companies that want to do business here, especially our own citizens, you know, if we can speed that process up, you know, there's a lot, and I've pointed out some things I know we can tweak, and I want to see what this person says as well. I've told this person nothing on my opinion, so I want to see what she says, and so looking forward to getting with her as soon as possible and contracting her and getting her running. So
I got a couple more things. We had a Zoom conversation with Matt Lewis with Simple City Design, and he was somebody I was trying to get a meeting with last year, and it just kind of passed by us. And he's put together a proposal. You know, Kelly and I have not had a chance to really look and talk about it. But the one thing, and the reason I wanted Kelly to speak with him, is he kind of, flip things. You know, he encourages cities to go out and reach out to developers to come up with a plan and say, hey, this is what, this is exactly or close to what we're thinking. Is this something that you would be willing to do? Instead of just kind of passively waiting for people to come to us with interest, that we've got, things in place, further along than just kind of a concept. So Kelly and I need to spend some time talking about that. But I mean, I think we both agree that, we kind of need to sit down and look at, specifically, what kind of things we want to come to Garden Ridge, reach out to developers who are doing things in green and in other places. I've also been calling various EDCs. I'm interested in speaking with one in particular in Junction City, which is a city of 2,000 people, and they have their own EDC, and I'm wondering, how do they do this stuff? So I was playing phone tag with her, so.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the gentleman we spoke with, so.
That's great stuff. Thanks, guys. 4, water company. Jesse, I don't have anything to add.
Been working with Michelle and Robin to come up with estimated water company revenue in preparation for the fiscal year 2025 budget. So continue to do that as we progress.
Awesome, thanks. Todd, Comal ISD.
School's out for the summer. I did have a nice conversation a couple of days, a week or so ago now, with Dave Krasinski. Just kind of trying to get a read on what's going on with the budgetary constraints and trying to get Davenport High School finished. I'm not going to quit beating on that drum because it was supposed to have been finished. It never got done. So we'll expect some more motion on that coming up into the fall, but they're trying to get creative with their budgeting to come up with the adequate funds to finish Davenport. I might have been a little grumpy, but Dave knows how to take me.
That's great. We need to finish Davenport High School. Thanks. On to item number 10, discussion of future agenda items. Remember, this isn't a discussion about them, it's just if you want something on a future agenda. I'll start on my left. Brian?
I can't think of anything, Mayor.
Todd?
Some additional duty for the rookie. I got nothing to add.
He made a motion tonight. He did great. Jesse? Lise? Kelly?
Yes, sir. I would like to revisit and discuss our status with the Tri-County Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, we'll put that on July's agenda. On to item number 11, citizen comment period. Anybody want to come up? Okay, great. We'll go on to item number 12, reports and comments from mayor and city council members. Brian, this is the section that if it's on here, we can just talk about it at will. Do you have anything that's on this list that you want to address?
No, sir. Not that I can think of. If I think of it, I'll, if you mind coming back to me, I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you.
Todd?
I won't be at the next meeting because I'll be out with the Boy Scouts up in far northern Minnesota. If the heat stays up, I might not come back. So, sorry, guys.
See you in September, buddy. Jesse?
Yes, sir. AMPO discussion here. At the May Technical Advisory Committee meeting, Sonia Jimenez, the Deputy Director for AMPO, reviewed the addendums to the Mobility 2050 and AMPO's Metropolitan Transportation Plan, MTP. I'm happy to announce that there's a new project on the list of addendums that has a direct impact on the city of Garden Ridge. Project 9201 calls for the expansion of FM 3009 from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, from FM 2252 to Back Cave Road. Project is set to be led and begin construction in 2034. Estimated cost, $62 million. So, 10 years, but, you know, I mean, 2252 took 15 years to get to where we are, so we got, yeah. But anyway, we got on the list, you know, they've been doing all the surveying the last year, and we got to get, we're finishing up as-built drawings, so it takes the time to get the built drawings, they're going to have to probably get the right-of-ways purchased from property owners, and then funding. Funding's not, just because it's on the list doesn't mean it's funded, so it's got to get funding as well, so. Anyway, just like, get on the list that quick, you know.
The good news is 2252 might be done by then, so.
Yeah, so we'll be right, continue right in the path.
Maybe. Maybe. Lisa, anything with these, with stuff listed? Anything with this? Kelly?
All right, so officially, we are not wiped off the map with our status of Tri-County. We still have 1 month in our membership. So Mindy wanted to remind us, so celebrating Small Cities Month, so we're technically a city partner for 1 month still, and so she'll be featuring us in her posts and however she's going to promote that. So, and then so luncheon June 11th, a mixer June 27th at the Break Room, hosted by Live Oak. July 11th, luncheon, sponsored by Judson ISD. And July 25th, casino night with gift card bingo. And that is it.
All right, thanks. Northeast Partnership, our next luncheon is a week from tomorrow at Olympia Hills. And Brian, from 11:30 to 1 o'clock usually. Are you working or? Love
No,
to enter-
I'm going later. I'm going late, so hopefully. I know there's the Comal County luncheon too, right? That's next Tuesday? Oh, Monday.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm off that day, so.
okay. Let us know. We'd love to take you. I'd love to be able to introduce you to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's it for item number 12. Item number 12 is done. 13, adjournment. There being no further business, the city council regular meeting is adjourned at 10:39 PM. We beat 11 o'clock. Good night. Thanks.
Cindy.